And we are live. Hello to everybody. Welcome. I hope you're all having an absolutely fabulous day and enjoying the week and the weekend. We are geared for an incredible, energetic session today. It happens to be a very powerful alignment. For those of you that haven't been following, most of you probably are aware, there are 6 planets in alignment today, and it is a powerful array of energetic. And it's not just today, by the way, it's been gearing up this last few days, right? It's sort of like midday sun, right? Midday is like at 12:30 in the afternoon, right? But the midday sun is really from 11:30 until 1:30, you know? So 11:30 till 1 is really where you get your midday sun. There's a period of that time where you're getting that intense energetic radiation and that effect. So it really started, and it's different places on the planet where it peaks. But neither here nor there. It's been happening for the last number of days and will be continuing for the next number of days. So there's a lot in the air. And part of the conjunction happens to be Uranus, if memory serves. Neptune's in there, right? So we've got these 2 outer planets, which means huge cosmic effects on the planetary scale collectively. We've got those 2 collective planets in there aligning. And then, of course, we've got Saturn and Mars. Put those 2 together, you can have catabolic change. Can have big changes. So we're in for quite a ride. Definitely in for a ride. And today's topic, I think, is going to be an interesting topic. We're going to be talking about the biosphere. We're going to be talking about nature. We're going to be talking about the planet. We're going to be talking about the social change because we are the planet. The planet is us. The different groups on the planet, animals, people, how we're going, where we've come from. We'll also be looking at technology. Obviously, eugenics is going to be a part of the conversation. We'll try not to get into the thick of it. And you can't look at eugenics without looking at the other agendas that are happening, right? This transhumanism and all of this is all part of this disconnect from the biosphere that we're all sort of being pushed towards by the powers that be, that ought to not be, that are controlled by the corporations that generate toxins much worse than pee. That slid off the tongue quite smoothly. So yeah, without any further ado, let me introduce the kickoff team, and we've got obviously a wonderful crew sitting in here with us. I don't know who arrived first, but I'll just go clockwise around the screen. So we've got Indy Sage. Indy is a shadow worker. He also is a anthropologist. He's very much into various different schools of occult philosophies, spirituality, and also, a researcher of note, very much into what's been going on various different levels. He can't keep his head out of books because he loves books. And so that's dear brother Indy. He really has got a lot of experience with regards to working through his own shadow, and he helps other people connect with their repressed, suppressed parts of themselves to bring out that deeper level of consciousness, which is really a very shamanic thing if you think about it. It's quite close to soul retrieval. And so that's dear Indy brother. He's a wonderful thinker and a speaker, and we're going to be getting some really interesting perspectives and viewpoints. Yeah, we've also got dear brother Cosmic. Cosmic is also just in the same vein, very much an individualist. He's very much sort of like a modern version of John Dee, you could say. He works with the Fae, channeling an entire system of cosmology, philosophy, magical knowledge, spiritual psychology, cosmogony. It's all connected up in the same vein, I suppose. When you get into the one, you get into the other. And he's been channeling an alphabet, a system of understanding the universe. It's deep occult therapeutics, and also a very interesting perspective on life. He's got his own perspective. He looks at life through a different lens. And so we've got 3 very different people here. I'm the Bush Whisperer. I'm just I've been embedded in occult spiritual philosophies like my whole life, really. And I'm a shaman. That's my full-time job. And yeah, so we're going to be getting into it. We're going to be rolling up our sleeves, jumping in. Namaste to all of those that are watching in the chat. Welcome, Vincent. I see you in the chat box. Much love to you. Much love to everybody else. And without any further ado, I'd love for you guys to say a few words. Do please jump right in.
All right. Thanks so much for the great introduction, as always, Franklin. So great to be here today. And yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that you are a shaman. First and foremost, I myself am as well. And so as a shadow worker and anthropologist, all of this stuff that I've done with my passions now kind of comes back from my early introduction to shamanism when I was about 13 years old. And I spent a lot of time in nature, communing with the animals. And I've always been an animal lover, an animal person. And so I'm kind of an animal charmer, whisperer now, after all the years I've spent in the forest. And I felt like when I was young that I was receiving volumes of wisdom from my contact with these animals in the forest. And I really believe that interspecies communicators will tell you that animals can really communicate so much through their eyes. You don't really need to utter a noise or speak a voice. They say so much just through their eyes, which is called the window of the soul. Interestingly, there's been studies that have shown that eye contact with the infant, between a mother and infant, has shown to reduce the autism in children. And that may be something going on there in the energetic component that we don't really have instruments to look at yet, but there's something fascinating that goes on between two individuals when they can share information with their eyes. And I've been able to, in shamanic visions, be able to receive messages from various, usually birds that communicate to me. Sometimes it'll be a different creatures or a combination of a few different creatures that are sending a message to me. I can do that for myself and for others that are in need of guidance. And it's been a beautiful journey. And when I got turned on to psychology, I was really kind of disappointed in the scientific aspect of psychology because I was seeing so much more in the spiritual components. But when I was turned on to Carl Jung, I found that there's a whole new field that he was really tapping into there, being more of an anthropologist and going out to see different walks of life and the common thread amongst all people. And so after receiving a vision in 2000, after having these questions about why are humans the way they are, why do we use speech, why do we use technology, why are we not like the animals in the wilderness, those answers were given to me in the year 2000. And so I've done so much research to be able to find common parallel works that have been able to expose these truths of our origins. And people are so involved in escapism on so many levels. It's very hard for us to understand that humans might be an animal that comes from Earth. And so that's kind of an outrageous claim, but it's been the work of my life to work towards an understanding that we can see that. Not that we're limited to being an animal on Earth, being that we have a spirit from the heavens, of course. I believe animals do as well, and I think they can guide us to thrival. So it's been a beautiful journey, and it'd be great to have this discussion here about the biosphere and what it really is. So I'm going to pass the mic on to Cosmic.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that I think about it, when you guys kind of talk about shamanism, I don't know if I can technically call myself a shaman or if I think myself a way, but I definitely seem to be, towards that kind of inclination generally in life, to sort of like, observing things through nature and trying to sort of come up with your own understanding of things as opposed to kind of getting you, spoon-fed from religion or whatever. But yeah, the Fae that I work with, they have a lot to say about the biosphere and kind of expand. I think what was kind of interesting for me was seeing how nature expands into the imagination. We always think of the imagination like as being somehow like separate from the natural world. But I think that if we understand, like the work with the entities I work with, like the Fae or other sort of things, of that nature, you start to realize that nature is, that the imagination is part of nature. We think of it, like it's being separate, but really it's not. When you think about every sort of like location that you go to, it generates certain thoughts, certain feelings within the imagination. I think this is sort of like the reflection in the astral world. I think that, plants and animals, they also create the dream universe that we live in. It's not just us. I think that kind of explains why magic is not quite as immediate as it is in like Harry Potter movies, because we think about why is it that I can't exert my will over nature? Well, it's because nature has its own will. It has its own consciousness and its own desires, and it only really works with you if it sees that either your goals are in alignment or that there's harmony involved. So there's going to be a lot to discuss on my end today.
Well, that's really lovely. I like that we've in the deep end shamanism. I think that's quite fundamental to the discussion at hand, because when we look at spirituality or what spirituality has become, whether it's occult philosophy or whether it's religion as we know it. And namaste, Mexico. How are you doing? Namaste, Anna. I hope you guys are good. Hope you guys are all smiling and having a lovely, lovely day. Shamanism is very much to do with nature. People often call shamanism nature worship. I suppose like depends on what your definition of the word worship is, but there's definitely a ring of truth to that, right? Definitely it has to do with being divinely inspired by, through, and in nature. By, through, and in. I like that. But you can't buy what you go through unless you're in it. Because some things just aren't for sale. But if you catch the wind under your wings, you're definitely going to sail free. So, I think that that's where most of our spiritual philosophies and possibly the blueprints for culture started. It started probably with shamanism. And that's like quite a big statement. But like you look at Ayurveda, right? So Ayurveda was developed by people that wrote down what the Shrimana, who lived in the wilderness and played their drums and chanted the Shraman, in order to go into a trance to communicate with the higher beings, the guides, and get information about how to cure illnesses. And so in these trances, the shaman would be shown by their guides this plant, that plant, and this plant in visions. So the shaman would then go pick those plants, and the guides would say to him, make a poultice. So there would be people watching the shaman. Like, what is he doing? What is she doing? What are they doing? Oh, he's picking this plant. And they'd write down this plant. And then what is that plant? They'd write down that plant. And they'd write down that plant. And then they'd notice he'd make a poultice and he'd put it on top of a wound, and the infection would go away. And they were like, wow. So those three plants in combination can finish infection. And bit by bit, they slowly started to work a compendium of knowledge. All of that knowledge started in nature, through nature, by nature, because of shaman practicing this nature worship, if we can call it that. So this would have been the backbone of civilization, medicine, right? Because when you've got a big group of people living together, what can happen? One person gets an illness, everybody gets sick. So medicine is really what I think is a defining definition of culture. What do you guys say about that?
Yeah, I would think so too. Yeah, I feel like the shaman was likely guided to find these things, just like the ayahuasca was found through gnosis, through internal understanding from within, from divine guidance. That makes a lot of sense. I feel like we all have these intuitive faculties, but the more familiar you are with nature, the more familiar you can become with the messages that it can give. And I don't feel like we necessarily get those same messages from human civilization, from industrialized, mechanized society. We don't necessarily get these whispers of the plants and the animals that come alive to us. But they can. And in the Japanese understanding of Shintoism, they think that all things have a spirit, whether that's an inanimate object, a man-made creature, or man-made thing, or tool, or whatever it is. So we could potentially receive guidance from a lot of things, like a rock or a tree. But I feel like there's more to be found in nature than there would be in the things that we've made synthetically. But some could beg to differ.
And if you think about it, most of the things we make synthetically are merely an imitation of nature. I mean, what are, skyscrapers but an imitation of mountains, if you think about it, I don't know.
That's a good point. I think a lot of the stuff that we build is reflecting upon nature. And so if we look at there's some architects have found insight from the termite mound of Africa. Because on the hot desert plains and grasslands of Africa, the termites are able to stay cool in their little mounds that they build. And so they've designed some skyscrapers to model after the fact that they take in air in the bottom and they push the air out through the top, and they keep it cool in the center by doing that. So we've learned from nature how to create architecture gradually from these little lessons that we get, and it's all piled up to come to where we're at today. And there's so much more to learn from nature. Victor Schauberger said that we can comprehend, copy nature. If we understand nature and we join nature, we can use those insights in our own world, in our own existence, in our means of sustenance, in our shelters, and all these things. And we do.
I think that's so on point, because all of our mystical, sacred, spiritual knowledge comes from nature. And it is the basis of what fellowship is. So what would have brought us together originally would have been births, those that have left the world, and to this day, it brings us together. It brings families back together. And I think, you can see it with elephants. They all go off in their own directions, different groups, pods, if you can call them that, different families. But they'll come to meet and they'll have like burial grounds where they actually know where they want to go to pass. It's really interesting. And they'll go and honor their ancestors. And I think this ancestral worship is really at the core of our beginning of civilization. And I think it's quite relevant to this conversation because we're talking about the biosphere, what it was, what it is, and what it shall be. And so we've got to also recognize that the biosphere isn't just physical things. It's the biosphere. And we're talking about the sphere of energy, living, pranic life force that becomes nature, that becomes matter, that becomes all that we can see and experience, that becomes and defines our homes, that is a reflection of everything that we hold sacred. And obviously is the bottom line, life, right? And so this like sacred devotion towards nature, towards life, has always been such a huge part of our culture. And it seems to me that something is getting lost in translation. Like, you just have to look at the younger generation. This is like, people say to me like, wow, like you take your son up on the mountain every morning. I'm like, yeah. And I like to get him on the beach as well. We didn't climb the mountain this morning. We went to the sea twice for a couple of swims. So, engaging with nature, engaging with the visceral experience of what is nature is so fundamentally important. And we've lost it. Most children, for example, where I live, it always blows my mind. I will take my son to watch the sunrise on the beach, and we'll be like the only kids there. He's the only kid there. And I'm like, you're not the only kid living in the suburb. Do you know what I mean? And this is way early enough that people can bring their kids before work, right? Like we're talking about early in the morning, but people don't do it. They don't make that part of the pattern and the routine. I think this used to be a part of our routine, and I notice that it's so sad to see how teenagers are so disconnected, man. They live in their phones because their parents live in their phones. Okay, their parents have to live in their phones because it's a financial reality, right? Work, business, you know, you're either working and you're working from home and you're keeping up with your emails and you're communicating, or you, whatever you do, you need to be in communication, and phones are generally how that's done these days. So I can understand why phones have become such an important part of our lives. It's an economic thing. However, we see the kids being trained into this way of being, to the point where I don't see many kids climbing the mountain. It's shocking for me to say this, right? So let's say the last 2 years, my son and myself have climbed the mountain more than 700 times, right? How many of those times do you think we've seen other children on the way? Zero. It's almost pathological to me. Yeah. How many parents should be waking up early to do something with their kids? Exercise, nature. We've lost this. And this is why I think society is the way it is. Not everybody is as lucky as I am that they live between a mountain and a sea and they've got this here. But even the people that do live here, what do? They buy air guns and shoot at the baboons. There's something deranged going on. And it really is a fundamental, a fundamental problem. And I think this is why things like eugenics, eugenics, where do we go with eugenics? Eugenics is about curbing the population, right? So is there or is there not a huge push towards eugenics being a part of our everyday life? How many people believe that humans are destroying the planet because of our population? And is that really true?
I don't think
Or
so.
are humans, hey?
I don't think so at all. I think it's our lack of ability to be sovereign and be self-sustaining. Our dependency on corporations to feed us. I think that's the main issue with our problems. And if people were able to farm for themselves and create their own food and sustenance and building materials, which we can, I think things would be fine. We'd have a lot more space for more people. We'd be thrival. We'd be in balance with the environment. I think when we have two people and one person does not know how to fish, there's an overpopulation problem.
You see, like, this is exactly it. This centralization model that we're suffering from, which is everybody in urban centers, it didn't just happen. There was a push for it. There was literally a huge push for urban centers to develop. The system could have developed in a decentralized way, right? But there was a push, an agenda to get everybody in cities. Why? Well, then we can control them, because they can't grow food if they're all living on top of each other. So what if 90% of America, nobody lives there? Right? 90% of America, the ground, nobody lives there. And then 10% of the ground is occupied by people. Right? Is that about accurate?
Yeah, there's a good expanse of land that's never been explored by people. They've gone over it with a helicopter, but that's it. In a lot of places, some places they haven't even gone over.
And so everybody's like in these tiny little fish boxes. And so we can't really grow food in urban centers. And so they want us to just believe, okay, well, we don't have a choice. We have to live like this. Okay, so that's just how it is. When I buy my vegetables, it's packaged in plastic. And everything that I buy is made in China and it's shipped across the world. That's just the way it is. I don't have a choice because I have to buy from the shop. But there's corporations behind all of this that's making this happen the way it's happening, that has manipulated global economies by taking the production out of America, moving it to China, because they wanted to be in control of the money. They wanted to control it. And so companies like Nike have huge investments to decentralize everything. Companies like McDonald's controlling the food. Okay, so what do? Well, let's buy up all the apples. That way we can control the price of apples. That way competitors are pushing against us. And so we put our money into supermarkets so that we can invest in keeping the prices of food high, so that they'll actually may as well come to McDonald's. It's cheap, it's easy, the food's cooked for you. We put stuff in it that tricks your taste buds into believing that it tastes nice, and we'll put lies in front of the screen saying it's got all the nutrition you need. And so people are like, okay, so that's it. And then they get hooked and they get stuck in the paradigm of laziness. So I think that laziness has been fed to us in such a way as to keep us dumbed down, so that we just accept the fact that we're living in these urban centers and that it's just the way it is. We get fed this nonsense that this is a natural order of things. It's not a natural order of things, right? Like, if you've got a house and you've got a family living in the house and there are too many people living in that house, do they just keep living in the house? Or is there a natural order of the thing to go and build another house over there and let some of the family move there? And then when there's too many people in those houses, is it not the natural order to go and build another house over there and let people live there? If you're going to build a second dwelling, why build it on top of the first dwelling? You may as well give a little bit of space for the next dwelling. Why? So that dwelling's got its own food supply, right? Its own vegetable garden, its own grazing for sheep, goats, cows, chickens, whatever, So we are being herded like cattle. And I think that this is a rather fundamental, and it's a bigger problem than what we give it credit for. Like, we think that the way that we interact with the biosphere is natural. It's like, I speak to my little boy about this all the time. I explain to him, like, people don't understand where their food comes from. They just go and they buy little packets in the shop, and they don't even recognize what they're buying. And because he asks me about like he doesn't eat meat, but he eats a bit of fish. And he'll ask me about it, and like, I'll just say, well, look, the problem with fish is like these greedy companies that just want to take the fish out of the sea. So people don't have respect for it. They just eat it and eat it and eat it. They don't recognize that there's a supply. There's a like if you could eat chocolate cake every day, and that like you could eat like a third of everything you ate that was chocolate cake, would you do it? No. So people have gotten used to just eating loads of meat and eating loads of fish, even though they don't need it to eat so much. If they want to eat it, they should be eating more vegetables, fruits, salads. No, a lot of people eat just meat and potatoes, and just because they can, because it's fed to them, because they don't really realize the costs, the true costs behind producing this. And so this is like a big problem in the biosphere, right? Like, the amount of food that we farm to feed animals is like 10 times the amount of food it would take to feed the humans. Wow. Right? So we're like farming, high levels of farming produce so that we can feed all the animals, so that the people can eat the animals. Well, if people just cut back on the amount of animals they ate, right, then would there be world hunger? And how much farming land would that clear? And how much less methane would that be putting into the atmosphere? Because this is like actually quite a significant pusher of changing certain aspects of our air, right? The amount of methane in the air being produced is probably more than would normally be the case, because we are pushing certain populations of animals. So we say humans. How many humans are there? 7 billion. So how many cattle are there on the world? How many cattle?
I know in the state of Vermont, there's more cattle than people. They're known for their cheddar cheese. It's marketed worldwide.
Yeah. So we've got 1.5 billion cattle in the world. Right? That's just cattle. Now, that's just one thing, right? Cattle, pigs, sheep. And then does that add into cow? Does that add into cow? So, and everything else, where do people need to eat that much of it, right? Considering that those are recycling and they're growing and dying very fast, and they're being turned into meat and stuff. So there are a lot of like problems. And it's like I explained to him, like my uncle, he'll go hunting. He'll shoot one antelope, for example. And that will then carefully be put into his 2 freezers. That is his meat supply. That's it. That's the year. He's got gut. He can't eat farmed meat. So, like, you got to respect that. So, what he does eat is a lot of salads, a lot of vegetables. And so, I explained to my son, most of these people eating meat, they don't know what they're eating. If they were to have to go out, shoot it, skin it, would they be eating meat the way they are? If they had to realize what it entails, right? So I think that, like, our attitude towards nature has been changed. We instead of thinking of cattle as creatures, we think of them as just food supply. Instead of thinking of fish as part of an important link in the chain, we just think of them as a food supply. And we've learned to de-emotionalize our thinking towards nature as just being trees is a wood supply, right? That's all it is. It's a wood supply. And so we stop really paying attention to where we're living. What do you guys think about this attitude to the way that we change labels of things?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of fear involved in it too. I see these beautiful trees being cut down all the time, and everybody around here says, oh, they could fall on their house. And I'm thinking to myself, what? You got these beautiful trees. They're going to be here for 100 more years, maybe 200, maybe 500 more years. And they're beautiful. They're giving, the wildlife is loving it. Their birds are in the tree branches. The deer are in the under the canopy. It's beautiful. And these people cut out these trees, and then they're starting to water their grass with sprinklers because they're getting scorched by the sun. And they're just they're not thinking well when they try to make these fear-based judgments about nature. Oh, these trees are dangerous. Let's get that off the property. And I think it's really sad to see that. And when I see people cutting back these branches on the highway, that makes me sad too. It looks so bad. I feel like the trees are suffering. I don't feel like many people have these notions besides me and a few others.
You know, it's kind of funny. I've been thinking about it's like we think we have a negative attitude toward nature now, but I think I don't know where I read this from or somewhere else, but I heard like in the Victorian times it was even worse. Like it's not even just they didn't even care about nature. They wanted to straight up get rid of nature and astroturf it. And you know, I wonder, maybe I think what's going on here when it comes to, like, you know, civilization and stuff, it's like human beings have evolved to a certain level of consciousness, a certain level of awareness. And it's like it can kind of shift in sort of like different ways and go towards different paths. And I guess we chose this particular path. But it seems like, you know, I guess any creature that gets to this level of sentience gets to this sort of this crossroad moment of like, do I embrace nature or do I choose to walk away from nature and head towards mechanization and industrialization? So I think that's kind of an interesting, you know, thing to think about. And also thinking about, like, earlier talking about how shamans through visions would discover different medicines and plants. You know, you also have to think that, you know, a lot of different like animals just sort of instinctively know which plants are good and which plants are poisonous, which means it's like it's almost like, if you think about it, like the biosphere is like a kind of internet. You know, maybe that's like the internet is kind of like an attempt to sort of mimic that Gaian mind that sort of like that earth mind that sort of surrounds us. So then that kind of makes me think of a different idea that there's two. I guess you could look at it as there's two earth minds or one earth mind. Maybe there's like a natural earth, there's like a natural guy in mind, but at the same time, it's also this cyber organism that we're sort of creating with the internet is also kind of like competing with it. And so maybe that's kind of what's going on. It's like there's like a biosphere and like a cybersphere kind of like seeking to either dominate or integrate with each other.
Yeah, that's interesting. When you mentioned how the animals somehow know what's safe to eat, I thought about the goat. I feel like the goat might be an exception because they can get away with eating just about anything. I feel like maybe they could just be the ones that figure it all out. Like, what about this? Let's try eating these thorns. And what about this raincoat and this aluminum can? No, that ain't good. But we'll eat it anyways.
You
May
love
as well.
goats, man.
Yeah.
They make the best milk. If you do want to ever drink milk, for those of you that want to drink safe, healthy milk, don't ever go near cow's milk. Man, drink your own pee. If you really want to drink something that's seemingly disgusting, just drink your own pee. It's way better for you than cow's milk.
Yeah, that pasteurized homogenized cow's milk is like blood and pus in there. They bleach it out. It's not what you want.
Man, you drink your own pee, you're getting something back. But goat's milk, on the other hand, now that's something worthwhile. And anybody that says that they don't like goat's cheese, that's because they're used to the sweet cow's milk cheese. The moment you start developing a taste for goat's cheese, you go, ooh la la, that stuff with feta. I mean,
Yeah.
sorry, that stuff, feta, goat's feta, that stuff with olives. Oh, and now you're like really working your palate towards healthy things, because all of those bitter foods have got a lot of powerful, good stuff that go into you and clean you out. And, Bernadine mentioned something interesting here.
Got some good comments.
People feel vulnerable to go out into nature, the fear of something they've never experienced. I think this is not by accident, Bernadine. I think it's by design. I think our Hollywood has taught us to fear all these wild animals. How many films have there been about bad snakes, bad alligators, bad bears, bad apes, bad birds? Oh my gosh, bad birds. And then, of course, all the creepy crawlies. How many horror films have there been about like things attacking people? And, the more you go into it, like people always say to me, oh, bears are really dangerous. Yeah, bears can be really dangerous, but they're not necessarily dangerous. The same with leopard, same with elephant, same with snakes, the same with big things or small things, spiders, scorpions,
But there's like one
or-
thing: if you show them fear, you're going to be received not as well amongst anything.
it's like we've been programmed to respond with fear so that it can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like they tell you like, oh, these things are like really dangerous and bad. So you go around them and you get scared, and these things go, uh-oh, scared human, I better defend myself. And they do what they can to defend themselves, and they bite you, right? Now you go and tell everybody you were bitten by the snake. So suddenly now it supports the fear. And the next person to be in touch with a snake is going to remember how John was bitten. That increases their fear to the point where, and listen to this, this is like what Cosmic was talking about. I think you're going to like this, Cosmic. So this is a very shamanic concept, that there is a proverbial internet, and that on a spiritual level, the group egregoric consciousness of humans are married with all these group egregoric consciousness of all these other beings, and that we can tap into the spirit of these beings. And these spirits of these beings, these group minds, become like a guide for us, because it's not one goat, it's the egregoric group mind of all goats, which is like quite a profound thing. Like you look at an egregoric group mind of ants. One ant is pretty insignificant in terms of its neural capacity, but it's shocking what a group mind of ants can do. It can think almost, it seems like it's able to think on the level of a child, of a mature child, or more. And that's just ants. But one insignificant individual ant, it doesn't have any ability to really think on any level. So if one ant that has like absolutely no idea, right, of what's going on, if a group mind of ants can think like on the level of a human, imagine what a group mind of lions can think like. Because you imagine one lion, the group mind of the lion has got to be like 100 times more intelligent than a lion, right? Or a lot more intelligent. So these group minds of these creatures are plugged into our unconscious. And we have this spiritual connection, this egregoric relation with these group minds. And so, if we can be triggered and induced into a state of fear, that group mind will start to recognize us as a threat. It's like I've always explained to people, you need to be at peace with the group mind of a creature. You can't go stepping on one scorpion and expect other scorpions not to sting you when they see you, right? Because these things are plugged into a group mind, and that group mind will register you're a threat to my species, and it will treat you like you're a threat. But if you're not a threat to that group mind species, then that group mind has no qualm with you. Now, it is desired by certain groups that want to control humanity to disconnect us from all of the group mind plugins, because it disconnects us from our spiritual connection to the earth. What do you guys think about that? The spiritual connection of the earth is literally through all the animals that exist. And we are literally telepathically plugged in to all of these egregory group minds, and that they are all fundamentally a part of us in some way.
Why do we have like preferences for like, animals that we like or animals that we connect to? Maybe there's a deeper connection there, that maybe not only do we have like, you sometimes you wonder if like your favorite animal is something to do with like, that's like your spirit animal. Like, why would you be attracted to certain animals? Like, I really like rabbits a lot. And so I kind of feel like I've always felt a weird like kinship with them. And so maybe in some sense, it's like some people can be kind of connected to those animal minds. Like their soul is not just, human. If you're taking in, when you bring a soul into the world, you sort of incarnate it into here. The way the Fae kind of describe it is that every incarnation is like, you're not just giving like birth to like a body. It's like what happens is it's like your soul is kind of like sent to like the nexus of the beginning of time of this world, and then it sort of grows and blossoms. Like, so the way it's like, it's kind of weird, like you kind of come in media res in the sense that, but there's like all these other supportive incarnations that kind of like, bring yourself, into the forefront when you're sort of like birthed into the world. Because it's, in a way, it's like, I kind of think of it like when souls are created, they're obviously created through, the intercourse between God and goddess. We have this weird idea that God basically like made us in a workshop, and he took some like stuff from like a toy chest and tinkered around and screwed some things in, and that we're basically kind of like, like Geppetto, like we're Pinocchio, like we're Pinocchio, and God is Geppetto, and he's sort of tinkering us around. And I think narratives like that also separate us from nature. It's like, for some reason, like when the advent of Christianity came around, the idea that there's a God and a goddess was just like, kind of unheard of. So, and it's interesting too, like if you think about the lack of the goddess, nature in the world, I always find it so fascinating that in so many of these Disney movies that there's a dead mother. Like there's so many of them. Like everything, there's like, if you look at most of these Disney movies that have come out, with Finding Nemo, Bambi, there's more than one. I can't think of all of them off the top of my head because I'm not really into Disney or whatever. But I find that so strange. It's like it's such a common theme, and I think that kind of reflects our loss of connection to that divine feminine, that divine sort of mother nature, if you will. I think we're kind of like pining for that subconsciously, but we don't really realize it.
That's full on eugenics. Subtle undercurrents. They want to take the mother out of the picture. They don't want mothers in the picture because mothers represent the power to bring life into the world. And they want us believing that we are the bad guys. Us, the rabble, are the bad guys. We are the reason the world is so messed up. Instead of like we are fighting through this financial system that has been created for us to live in, where we seem free in this prison. And because we're in this dynamic prison that seems free, we are kept in that prison by blaming ourselves for what happened, right? Like German people go around blaming themselves for what happened in the Second World War. I've had loads of German friends. They've got like serious psychological harm because of the way they've been indoctrinated since school to blame themselves. It's like they had nothing to do with this, mate. There was a very small group of people, right? Bavarian Illuminati, this Illuminati, those groups that were all occult circles, Hitler and his little crony crew, they were all connected to companies like IBM, huge corporations, right? The Pope was connected to this story. The Pope had like made allowances and agreements, and like this didn't involve you and me and German people. This involved important, powerful people that have huge bank accounts with billions of dollars in it. That's who created the Second World War, not humans. Whatever happened, in the Second World War is not down to German people. German people were victims just like everybody else. The same way as the Jewish people were victims, and the gypsy people were victims, and the people in Russia were victims, and Eastern Europeans were victims, and the same way that Asian people have been victims. How long ago was it that Chinese children were making Nike boots for like 50 cents a day? How long ago was that? That was in our lifetimes. When we were young, children used to get paid 50 cents a day to work in a factory. That's the reality. China since then has picked themselves up. Have you guys seen what China is up to? By the way, this clicks into the technology part of the story. Good to hear. Take a little trip. I hope you keep doing well. And yep, parenting. He's 8 years old and he's wild. So China now has developed these flying cars. Have you guys been tracking this, right? They're like way ahead of the game. So they've got all different sorts of models of flying cars coming up. They're basically like drones that put two people in the drone. And they've got these taxis that are going to be getting released into the public. And all sorts of other technology like SUVs that can float. Have you seen this? Have you guys seen this?
No.
Floating SUVs that can travel at 3 miles an hour on water in the event of a flood. And they can stay floating for a while. How crazy is that? Like the way technology is going. We just don't stop. We're just going overkill, develop the next technology. We're not looking at what we've got already. We're not looking at what technology we need. Do we need SUVs that can drive on water? So what does that mean about the modern Jesus? Well, modern Jesus was driving one of those SUVs. Where does this leave us? What kind of an SUV was he driving? Like, did they leave that part out of the story? So, I just, the mind boggles at where the world is taking us and how fast this eugenics program is moving. And I think that what we've all experienced as an arm prick adventure in 2020 onwards, right? Personally, I've noticed a huge increase in younger women that cannot conceive. And this is in the last 5 years. Prior to that, I didn't have that many lady clients that come to me because they can't conceive. It's a big thing. And in the last few years, it's gotten worse. And the women are getting younger and younger. We're talking about women in their 20s and they can't get pregnant. And they've been trying for years. No, we've been trying to have a baby since 2022. You can't get pregnant? How old are you? Well, I'm 27. It's like, my gosh. How old is your husband? He's 30. When I was 30, if I even looked at my wife in the wrong way at the wrong time of month, she was pregnant. It was a big job not to get her pregnant, right? Our parents, they didn't even bother about that. They had like 7, 8 kids, and before them, like 12 kids. We can't do that anymore. The food, the technology, the arm prick adventures they send us on have basically changed our DNA to the point where it's selectively causing a lot of women not to be able to conceive. And suddenly there's a lot of complications when women do conceive, right? A lot more complications with the children. What are your thoughts on that for the future of the
It's
human race?
you're talking earlier about China and flying cars, and whether that's true or not, because I don't know, you can't really trust anything that really comes from China. They're all about propaganda. But the whole idea of that, whether it's true or not, let's put that to the side, whether there really are flying cars or not, because that's what's more relevant here is that we're starting to see is that it's about the image, it's about the presentations, about look at this beautiful futuristic utopia where there's all these magnificent flying. Think about like how seductive that is, how seductive that fantasy of living in this hyper futuristic Star Trek universe where we can teleport, where we can have our food magically appear before us. Think about how that narrative has seduced the human consciousness for so many years. And I think that if you want to ask ourselves, why we've gotten to this place we have, it's almost like it is this kind of like seductive fishing lure of this kind of like futuristic utopia. But then again, but I'm also trying to think too, it's like, what have they taken away from us that makes us so enamored towards that sci-fi utopia? And maybe it has to do with I don't know, maybe it's because we don't see magic in nature anymore. We don't see it in the plants and the trees. We don't see a nature spirit. So it's almost like this pining for this sort of futuristic Star Trek world is kind of like, oh, well, we can't have, angels and fairies and gnomes, but we can have aliens and robots if we get enough technology, and that's just as good. So there's that kind of this almost like we're trading one form of magic for another. Instead of natural magic, we want the magic of, blinking starships and, sophisticated, robots and hyper complex machines that can do all kinds of crazy things. And it's almost like we're trying to find magic within technology because we've lost the ability to find magic in nature. I think that's an interesting thought area to explore.
I think it's a big part of it. We've lost appreciation of magic. When we were children, everything was possible. The imagination is this broad playing field, right? And so, like, the idea that something unusual could happen is not beyond potential. But they educated that out of us, right? We went to school and they educated that out of us. So we were schooled like fish are schooled, right? Into all believing the same thing, that magic isn't real. And like you say, you mentioned the Victorian era. You're totally right. That was where things reached the crescendo of like man over nature, right? Mankind was to crush nature under their boots. There's this half-wit idiot at my beach who's a bit of an alcoholic. I won't say his name, but he's an idiot. He talks all sorts of nonsense to my child. I won't even let my child talk to him anymore. He keeps telling my child how he goes into the sea and he dominates the sea. I'm like, what kind of a half-wit tells a kid this nonsense? You don't dominate the sea, my boy. I say to him. I say, you go into the sea with reverence and respect, and you move on her currents. You move with her intelligence. You don't go into the sea and dominate the sea, because with an attitude like that, a bigger fish comes along. Mm-hmm. Crunch. Shark. Crunch. Big waves. Crunch. You respect the ocean. We've been taught this disrespect for nature, which I don't think it's something that just happens. And I think it's happened in order to sell this lifestyle to us. And I mean, let's face it. What you're talking about, are you a Trekkie, by the way? Have you been a Trekkie? It's okay. You can be honest about this. A Trekkie, yeah.
I wouldn't call myself a Trekkie, but I do enjoy the programs. I've watched Next Generation and some of Deep Space Nine. It's a well written show. I mean, there's just solid characters and whatnot. But yeah, it's just kind of like interesting. Like, because really, if you think about most science fiction really is just fantasy at the end of the day. Like, and I think we kind of look at science fiction as almost kind of like a way to bridge the gap to fantasy. It's like, the world can't be a fantasy, but it can at least be a science fiction story. And I think that, because if you think about the mundane and you think about the fantastical, science fiction is kind of the middle ground between the two. If you think about it, it's that liminal space between, those two particular ideas. And it's interesting too, like, some of the people who are like really into Star Trek, one of the things that's interesting about Star Trek is you can tell that they're really using like real science when they talk about their ideas. Like, it's not just like, somebody just Hollywood just makes up some stuff. The person who put the show together really believed in like the scientific method. And that it's interesting. You see this kind of displayed in a kind of a narrative, format, because like, it's interesting. Some people who are really into science fiction, they say they don't like fantasy because it's not realistic. It's not, it doesn't really reflect the reality around them. So to them, that's not a compelling story. It's only compelling if, it's really like dark and brutal and like almost kind of nihilistic. That's why I never liked Game of Thrones, because for me, fantasy was always about like wanting to go to a world that's better than this one, wanting to see something that's fantastical, go on a mystical adventure. But it's almost like the only way we can accept fantasy is if it has that same dark, brutal realism as the world we live in today. Because you think about, Game of Thrones, it's all about, people killing each other and just rape and death and just like tragedy. All of a sudden, it's like, that's not really, when I think of fantasy, I don't really want to fantasize about a world like that. It's almost like the way our fantasies work is we need to make worlds that are worse than this one so that we can feel better about the current world we're living in. But like, I think we're talking about like, psyops and control and psychological influence. I think that the stories and the narratives that we kind of hold dear, says a lot about who we are. And I think the sad thing too is that you can tell that there's a lot of there's a pining for the spiritual, there's a pining for the magical. Because like, if I don't know if you guys ever hang out with a lot of like atheist types, but I hang out with a lot of like atheist types, or people who are really skeptical. It's interesting. There's people they're very skeptical about magic, and they're skeptical about religion, but they love fantasy. They love Tolkien. They love Lord of the Rings. They love Harry Potter. They love all that magic stuff. So what that suggests to me is that even though these people don't believe in magic anymore, you can tell that there is an unconscious desire to believe in magic, but they repress that. And it's interesting too, because I can kind of speak to that sort of that you kind of repress that desire to believe in magic. I remember the first time I went into a bookstore to buy a pack of tarot cards. Let me tell you something. Buying a pack of tarot cards as someone who's like a very skeptical person is like the equivalent of a super religious Christian person buying like a nudie magazine or something. Like, you just feel naughty, like, oh, I shouldn't be doing this. Oh, this is so rational. Oh, but it feels so good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a naughty boy. I'm believing in magic, It's that same, there's that same kind of like rebelliousness, that same kind of, oh my God, I shouldn't be doing this. Because in a lot of ways, it's just as much of a kind of a deviation from the sort of normal sort of mainstream culture, that you come from. I don't know where I was getting at. I kind of went off on a tangent there, but yeah, I think that it's that when you think about like the stories and our connection to nature, I think that, it's interesting. Like, you also talk about dominating nature. And it's interesting how every kind of like belief system kind of like has a different version of dominating nature. Because Christianity, if you think about it, that's all about, dominating nature. Nature is this kind of this like, it's like God is in control and nature is kind of like God's, servant or it's subservient, but rather than seeing that nature has its own will, its own force, and its own power and intelligence. So, yeah, I guess I really don't know where I was going with this. I kind of lost the original thread I was thinking about. But yeah, I think that kind of like it shows that our interest in science fiction, I think, tells a lot about the nature of our mind in this current culture.
I'm somewhat of a Trekkie myself. My parents always watched Star Trek when I was a kid. And then I just recently watched like all the new Star Trek shows, and then went back to watch the Enterprise whole season, all the seasons. And then I went back to watch the original Star Trek show, and I got through a little bit of that, but those are the only ones I haven't seen in entirety. But what always appealed to me about Star Trek, and to me, I've interpreted things a bit differently. I feel like the aliens are all humanoid, are likely to be our ancestors, and they're not allowed to tell us about their existence. They've been able to give us these little secrets, maybe subconsciously influencing authors and training them. I'm not sure. But the primary law in Star Trek is that you're not allowed to give high technology to a culture that hasn't discovered it themselves. And to me, I think about, oh my God, who's writing this show? Is it the Sky people and the UAPs that is writing this script? Because
and how's the technology that they were outlining in the 60s in those original shows, huh?
Yeah.
They came up with the idea of the cell phone. Like that's where the whole concept like started off, and now cell phones are everywhere today.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff that's created in science fiction, DARPA went and created for us, like microphones, the internet, Wi-Fi, all that stuff. DARPA has created that for spy technology, and then released it to the public when it was discovered by the enemy, usually, or when they found something better.
I almost sometimes wonder whether technology is being created in order to keep us disconnected from our spiritual roots and our spiritual power and our true potentials as human beings towards achieving a sovereign state of integration. Namaste, dear Moony, Moon Feather. How are you doing? I hope you're well.
Yeah.
Lovely to see you. Big love,
Blessings.
big blessings, big respect. So, yeah, I mean, I often think that the technology is almost being created, like I said, to make us lazy, because there's something about hard work and spirituality. Somebody was sharing in Gabe's group, and shout out, dear Gabriel, the slick dissident. I hope he's good. For those of you who haven't seen him, go and check him out. You can find his channel, and let's not forget the bird dog. Where's the bird dog? Ronan. Ronan's got a channel too. He's got things going on. We've got Mooney. Mooney's also. You can find Mooney, Bird Dog, and Slick Dissident in my recommended channels. Go and check it out. Just go to the front of my page, scroll down to the bottom, and keep scrolling to the right. You'll find Indie Sage is there. Cosmic's supposed to be there. At some point, he's going to be there as soon as he's got some content. And yeah, man. But I do think, like, getting it back to the topic, that technology, a lot of the technology we've got is useless, right? If you think about it.
Yeah.
Like, it's pointless. It makes your life a little bit easier.
I've been working with a chainsaw for about a week. And I personally prefer an axe than a handsaw because I like to become strengthened and commune with nature while I work. And when there's a loud motor running, it kind of ruins the entire experience for me. Sometimes I like to have music playing. You can't hear music playing with these machines running either. And then you have to wear headphones, and you're completely tuning out the external world. So to me personally, I feel like when you're burning carbs and you're working with hand tools, it's a divine experience, and it's making you stronger. You might feel tired at the end of the day because you've tore some muscle tissues that are going to be rebuilt, and you're going to become more capable as time goes on. And it might feel easier to do things that are not as challenging, but how much do you get from that? And I feel like when we try to use the chainsaw at my work, we were able to do a couple of things. It took hours. Most of the work was preparation and maintenance of the chainsaw. When I took an axe out, what would have taken about 2 hours with the chainsaw was done in about 20 minutes time.
This is why I never liked working out in gyms. Just the idea of exercising like indoors and on a treadmill, moving in place. I'm like, I'd much rather be outside and like, you know, moving around and exploring stuff. It's like, I think that's another thing that I'm kind of thinking about. We've really turned exercise into a chore. I think one of the reasons why I'm able to like, you know, go for a walk every day or go bike riding or something, because I don't think of it as a chore. I don't think of it as, oh, I have to do this to exercise and lose weight. We just make it as like this notch on our schedule. I don't know, just being outside. I just think it is kind of weird being in that environment where you're just indoors and on a conveyor belt and everything is all mechanical, you know?
Now, some people want to do that. And if you enjoy what you're doing, it's play. And that when I'm working with hand tools, I'm just out there playing in the woods. I'm having a good time. When you have to make me use a power tool, I have to work. It's torture for me. I don't enjoy it. I see the animals are running away from me. I feel bad. Hopefully they don't abandon their own homes. It's smoky. I got to breathe in the smoke. My gas is empty and my wallet's getting empty. And I'm getting fatter and weaker. And I got shaking wrists that's hurt my elbows. It's just not helping me in any way. I don't see the advantage of it personally. And if you're handicapped and you can only work with power tools, I understand. You can't get up and swing an axe. You can't get up and do this hard labor stuff. You need something to help you. And that's good that people can do that when you're older, you're not as capable. They have these things that you can now use to do things that some young buck could do with a hand tool. And now you can do that too. And I think that's good for older people. That is good for older people to be able to get up and be mobile and active like that. I think that's great. But I feel like we should all be doing what we can do to meet our challenges in our youth. When we want to be able to strengthen ourselves, we want to be able to work as hard as we can to use hand tools, not give into the industrialized market of having to constantly buy gasoline and oil and spend most of your time maintaining your tools. You don't really get to work that much. You're spending a lot of money on things you don't really need. So I feel like the whole system is built on this, and maybe they've found that either it's convenience to have all these things that we don't need and then have to maintain them to give other people work to do to maintain the things that we don't need. It could help the division of labor. But do we really want that? I feel like personally, a barter trade system is much better when you're developing something for yourself. You know how to fish and you can trade your fish with other people. I feel like it's a completely different world. I've lived in a society like that before, and it's a dream. You're trading with people the things that you have too much of or you don't want, the things that you want and they have too much of or don't want. It's like things that were meant to be when it comes to barter trade. When it comes to money, they say that the love of money is the root of all evil, but money itself, to me, seems to be some of a distraction, just like technology has been, from understanding and participating in nature.
It's an
I
abstraction.
think money. Sorry?
I said it's also an abstraction, money.
I think it's hard not to love what money represents, because money represents choices. Money represents options. Who doesn't love options? Who doesn't love having choices? Would you rather just somebody dictated what you ate, or you had like a whole option of what you can eat? Right? So, and the same for everything else. Would you like to just wear the same clothes that everybody else is wearing, or would you like to wake up in the morning and go, you know what, I feel like wearing a blue t-shirt, and I don't feel like wearing pants today, you know? Or I do feel like wearing pants. You want to have free choice. And so, you know, I like, if you're not wearing pants and you don't leave the house, and like my son's mother's always complaining because like I walk around the house in the nude. She's like, what are you doing walking around in the nude? I say, like, you knew when you like moved in with me like 6 years ago that I was a naturalist. We're not in a relationship, but I didn't stop being a naturalist. And, you know, I've got a girlfriend. So like, you know, like, get over it. Come find a man and get laid. Don't make it my problem, you know? But I think like choice, money represents choice. If I didn't live here and have my own home with my own doors around me, then I wouldn't have my free choice, if that makes sense. So money represents being able to do what you want to do, being able to feel free and eat what you want to eat. And so it's very hard not to love what money represents in the real world, because the way the world is structured around us economically is without money, you don't have any options. So they've got us there in a corner with the money machine, you know?
Yeah. I think for me, what's worse than money is spending money. I just feel like spending money on stupid things is so not worth it. I feel like you can get so many more better experiences learning something or exploring something new or doing something natural. But going out and buying something now, I mean, it used to be a time where when you go out and you have money, you buy things that are actually fit to be used, things that are done, that are made from traditions of our ancestors that have great insight in their function, their design, the application, whatever nutrients were in them, all came from nature at one point. I think that's been shifting dramatically over the last few decades to a point where it's really hard to obtain anything with money that's actually worthwhile.
Yeah, it's kind of like even if I had money, I don't even know what I'd buy with it at this point.
Yeah. And I see people that are like living off the grid, learning how to forage and farm for themselves. And I think to myself, man, that doesn't cost money. I'd rather do that. Not a lot of people would. It's very difficult. But I personally see more benefit in that. I see like I could teach people what I learned and just be able to subsist without having to buy all this junk. That's really not helping me. And when you learn about things in nature and you learn how to do things the old ways, I feel like you're tapping into the future. You'll be able to carry that forth to overcome the challenges that have come from technology that have become detrimental to us, like the current farming technology and fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides, fungicides, and all the modern industrial farming practices have become really detrimental to the soil. And so the plants themselves don't really even have the nutrients that we need in them. And they have to spend so much money on this technology and all these chemicals just to be able to compete. And then they have to buy their sterilized seeds that are genetically modified to be able to have a higher yield. And I just see things going in such a wrong direction that I feel like, how can not everybody see the advantage of being able to get back to our roots and do things in a way that's fulfilling and enriching? People are more drawn toward riches and power, but I'm more drawn toward enrichment and empowerment. It's more of a groupthink thing too.
Yeah. I noticed Vincent making a comment about the burning bush, and I can't help how seeing those words make me think of the symptoms of gonorrhea. And I think it's the Bible that makes me think like this. Like I see the burning bush, I think gonorrhea symptoms. Like my brain's associating gonorrhea symptoms with Christianity. That's just an idea. It's like going in my mind, probably because of what we've done in the name of God against nature, against people. People are nature, right? This is the thing we forget. Human have nature. And I think that, like you're saying about money and resources, our natures are being exploited by corporate interests towards making our lives easier. Like it's the same with an animal, right? If I buy like truckloads of bananas and I sit here and feed the baboons bananas, you can bet your butt they'll be lining up outside my door every morning to fetch their bananas. They won't even bother to forage anymore. They would literally not teach their babies how to forage anymore. They'd be like, oh, forget foraging, man. You just go and stand there. There's this bloke with beard and long hair. He doesn't wear pants. He comes out and he gives us bananas. It's cool, you know? And how long would it be until those baboons are all requiring those bananas? And one day, the man without pants doesn't arrive. And they're like, oh no, what are we going to do? There's no bananas. This is like the human race. And so they can control us with that panic.
Are you familiar with the Banana Republic, the story of the Banana Republic?
Which story do you mean?
Not the retail branch of the clothing, but the story of the banana farmers in the Banana Republic in the Central America that were paid by the North Americans to drop all of their traditional crops in exchange for banana production. And then once they started to thrive in banana production, they would switch over to another country and do that as well and have them do it for a lower rate. And then they would have to go back to that other country that had dropped all of their staples, that no longer has food for themselves. They were selling bananas in exchange for import goods. And now they don't have the money to buy those goods or make their food anymore. So they ended up having to work for lower rates than were even workable for them. They would be able to work for rates where they couldn't even afford to live or feed themselves at or have shelters. And so they would go back and forth and continually do this between different countries in Central America.
Nike must have seen there was a shelf life in how long they could get away with getting Chinese children to make their shoes. They were like, this China economy is going to grow at some point. They got too much resources. Let's look around. Who's the next China? So that's what's been going on for a long time. And then, like you say, Nike factories set up there, and the people are working for like 50 cents, $1 a day to make shoes. And they end up paying more than we do for potatoes and rice, which is all they can afford to eat, right? And like you say, yeah, this is a huge problem globally. I mean, Africa, this has happened in Africa in a big way. Monsanto's is one of the name and shame companies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say it's behind them, like they're doing it in America to Americans, right? So you want to grow our food, you've got to destroy your own seed banks. Oh, why do we have to destroy our own seed banks to grow your seeds? Oh, those are the rules. So once you've destroyed your seed banks, you're stuck with buying our seeds. And then, oh, did we tell you need this? They don't grow without that. You got to buy this. Oh, did we mention that? You need that. Oh, the soil, you need a soil conditioner. Soil conditioner. Oh, the weeds are going to kill your plants. You need to Roundup Ready. But don't worry, the plants are like designed to be resistant to the poison, so they're fine. Oh, and then you need this insecticide and you need that. And, by the end of it, the farmers are like, oh, wow, these hidden costs are coming out. And so the GMO produce ends up being as expensive to produce as organic produce or more expensive, right? So by the end of it, the only difference now is before it was labor. So it costs the same amount of money to produce GMO food as what it does to produce normal food, right? The difference is that all the profits and the money goes to Monsanto's chemicals, where before it was labor. You were creating jobs for people. So the same cost of the food would have created loads of jobs and left a lot of people with more money, leaving more job surpluses in the country. And all of the jobs then meant there were less unemployed people to sponge off of the taxes, right? Which meant that everything just worked better. So now what we've got is unemployment and expensive food, which creates its own set of dynamic issues. So, it's very hard for people to and because there's unemployment, all jobs, all companies pay less salaries because they can, right? It's like, well, there are not many jobs, so there's nobody to compete with us, right? We'll decide like all the prices for your hourly wages will just go down and the price of food will just keep going up because we've doctored the system for inflation so that Monsanto's can make more profit every year on their chemicals and their GMO seeds. So this is what's going on. And this is like the same idea as, on one level as what's going on. And then, of course, they go into these banana republics and they buy up the water, don't they? They own their water supply. And then because we own your water supply, we put up Coca-Cola factories in your country. And you now become the producer of Coca-Cola, so you can work in a Coca-Cola factory for us, make our Coca-Cola, destroy the water that you do have. And when your water is finally like not potable, we'll dump your country and go to the next place. That's pretty much what happens, isn't it? Now they can't even farm anymore because the water's destroyed, right? Like soil's been damaged by all of the toxic waste that they've produced. And so you're right. I mean, there's so many levels to what's going on. And this is, once again, we are as humans supposed to take responsibility for this. How do you guys feel about that? That the common man in the street is supposed to take responsibility for BP pumping oil into the ocean, right?
Yeah.
Because it's cheaper for them to not plug up the holes and just pay fines, even though they're destroying the bioecosphere, destroying fishing, for example. It's cheaper for them, and they make more profit on the oil. It's not like the man on the street is going to see the profit for the oil.
Mm-mm. Yeah, sometimes they pay people off when they come out and whistle blow stuff. They'll just pay them off, and they'll keep doing what they're doing. It's sad to see that.
They're lucky if they get paid off.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes they just disappear.
It gets worse.
Yeah, and sometimes their family disappears, even worse. So,
Yeah.
but what goes on right now with the farming is one of the main things I'm concerned about is the magnesium is just not in the soil. They're using the synthetic magnesium that's not bioavailable, and magnesium is known as the relaxing mineral. It also has over 300 different functions for the body. So, as we know, magnesium helps people stay relaxed and stay calm and peaceful. And without that in your food, if you're not taking magnesium-3 supplements, which people don't even know to take, you might be agitated, you might be anxious, you might have problems with your mood. So
they call it ADD, ADHD.
Yeah, tension problems. So it's very difficult when you don't know that you're suffering from a deficiency, and you could supplement it, and those supplements are not cheap, and some of those supplements aren't even the right thing. So do you want to get the wrong magnesium from the soil, or do you want to get the wrong magnesium at the store, or do you know how to find the right stuff? It's becoming pretty challenging for people that are kind of have a blindfold over their eyes. They don't really know that they're lacking magnesium. And so they might be suffering with a mental disorder or a mood disorder because of that. Caucasians tend to suffer from those things a lot worse than minorities for some reason. But we all can suffer when we're lacking magnesium. It's very vital. One of the most vital things.
So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You know, you talk about magnesium, right? So that's quite interesting. So B12 is one that's a common deficiency. Iron is a common deficiency, they say.
Yeah.
Iodine is a common deficiency. Vitamin D is a common deficiency. B12 is a common deficiency. Calcium, I think the other minerals that are more common. Vitamin A, retinol, is a common deficiency in humans. Magnesium is a common deficiency in humans. And so
calcium becoming deficiency in humans because we try to get it from milk products, and calcium in milk products is not bioavailable. So at least a higher incidence of bone fractures. So calcium is not something we can get easily. I get my magnesium from broccoli.
I've noticed, like, let's say, like you're growing plants,
Calcium,
right?
rather. Yeah.
If you give a plant too much nitrogen, it ends up locking out nitrogen. The easiest way to give your plant a nitrogen deficiency is to give it too much nitrogen. The easiest way to give your plant a water deficiency is to overwater the plant. Right? Like when you overwater a plant, the plant dehydrates. Have you seen how the leaves start sagging? It can't actually take in water. So it's one of those interesting things. Like calcium, I think the reason people have deficiencies is because they're eating these foods that have got too much calcium for their bodies to actually handle, and their body starts locking out the calcium. The same way your plant would if you gave it too much nitrogen. This is why you got to manage your fertilizer carefully for your plants, right? You got to give it the right amount of nitrogen fertilizer, like bat guana, if you're growing something that needs a particular amp, or bunnies. You mentioned rabbits. Yeah. For those of you that have rabbits, any of you growing cannabis in Cape Town, give me a call, dude. I got rabbits. It's the best nitrogen you can put into any plant. You don't know this. They don't do it commercially, but there's actually soluble nitrogen within the rabbit poo, and it doesn't the kind of nitrogen, the way that it's presented with the other nutrients, it doesn't overburden the plant. It's not hitting your plant with too much nitrogen. It gives it some immediate soluble nitrogen, and the way that it breaks down is in a consistent way, sort of like when you eat oats, right? The way oats affects your sugar metabolism. For any of you that eat oats, you will know oats breaks down in your body to give you consistent energy. The same for bananas, right? If you eat a banana, your blood sugar levels don't spike. It's a consistent release. Glucose and all the sugars in the banana actually keeps you energized for a long time. So I think, like, these deficiencies are relative to psychological deficiencies. How would you go about looking at that, Cosmic? Like certain attitudes and mental, spiritual, psychological deficiencies, are they related to food deficiencies?
I
What do you think?
mean, there's got to be some correlation, I would imagine. I guess it's. I don't know. I guess it could be a multitude of things that are happening here. I don't know if I can kind of place one spot or the other, but food deficiencies. But I guess we're thinking about food. We should also think about psychological food, like the media, that we consume. And I think the problem with a lot of like food and eating in general is I don't think people don't eat to sort of sustain themselves. They eat to numb themselves. I mean, if you think about like really like obese people and people who are just morbidly obese, they're not morbidly obese, really. I mean, obviously, there's probably an aspect of laziness and bad choices and stuff like that. But you have to really understand they're using food as an opiate. Essentially, it's something that numbs the pain, it numbs the anxiety, which is if you think about it, it's kind of ironic because in a lot of ways, some of the best ways to remove anxiety is to run. But I think what happens is that when you get depressed, you kind of get like these false signals. Like your depression will tell you, like, I'm tired, I need to sleep. But what you really need to do is exercise. You really need to just get up and start moving your heart, get your cardiovascular or something. I mean, that's what I kind of like. I mean, when I exercise or if I like ever do any kind of like running or something like usually during the winter time, I run, indoors essentially. But I don't really like run to lose weight. I run to make myself feel good. I think of it like exercise is sort of a natural antidepressant, but we don't think of exercise that way. We think of it as something just to lose weight. And then people will be like, oh my God, I haven't lost weight, so I'm going to give up on, dieting and exercising. But I think if you kind of learn to actually see, that's another thing that you think about, like teaching us to hate exercise. Well, what are your thoughts on that, Shaman? Because I think that's definitely like, because there's so many people that just like, I don't want to get up. I don't want to move. I just want to like, sit down and whatever. And I think there is sort of like that we tend to make exercise and moving around, as a chore. Whereas with a kid, you don't think of it as exercise when you're running around and jumping and playing. You're playing it, but we turn, play into exercise. What are your thoughts on that?
I think definitely there's a huge correlation. I think it's fundamental, and I think you're completely right. This idea that we have of exercise is a bit weird, because even my little boy, he keeps saying like, Dad, why don't you buy a car? I'm like, oh gosh, what do I want a car for? Like, I'm going to burn the environment. I don't want to burn more fuel than I need to fuel. I prefer, but Dad, if we had a car, we could drive up to the mountain and just walk on the mountain. I'm like, yeah, but you don't get it. Because you don't get it, my boy. It's the walking up to the mountain that hardens us up, and walking on the mountain. And it teaches us to be You because you're walking through the city, not through. Well, I'm not in a city. I'm in a beautiful place, but because I'm walking on tar roads and you know pavements and stuff, and then when I get to the mountain, I'm like, oh wow, I'm not in some wonder world, right? I'm in reality. Like, okay, well, it's nice walking here. Oh wow, it's really nice walking here. That feeling of reverence is so important, and it's almost like you want to look at your dirty laundry so that you know how lucky you are to be wearing clean clothes. Yeah, like in a sense. And I think that sort of ties into what you're saying, Cosmic, because we're also used to being spoon-fed food from the shops. Everything just comes to us easily. So isn't it so much easier to just sit on your ass and watch Netflix? Isn't it just so much easier? Like what is the point of going out and doing all this exercise when you could just sit on your ass and they'll just give you that endorphin hit, right?
Well, have you tried it? I feel like personally, if I sit around, I take like a vacation off of work or in between jobs, and I sit around and watch movies all day, it might be fun for a day or two. But after a couple of days, it gets to be really boring. I don't know if I feel guilty for sitting around because I'm used to be more active, thankfully.
Yeah.
But when I go out
But
and I
I
go
think
for a walk throughout the day and then I come home and sit down and watch a movie, my body needs that rest. It's the right thing to do. I feel like I'm doing the right thing, you know? Be balanced.
exactly, and I think it's because I think like to this is what my thought is on what you're saying, Cosmic's statement about like this. I think that because we're getting that hormonal hit from our entertainment, we don't need it. When you don't have that hormonal hit from your entertainment, then I'm sitting around getting bored. Okay, well, I should do something. Let's go for a walk. And you go for a walk and you're like, this actually is quite nice. It's fresh air. And you come back, you feel like, that was really nice, right?
Yeah.
Now you don't get that hit. You sit down and eat a piece of like, I don't know, cake, apple pie, crisps, cool drink, and watch a film and get that whole like I've just gone out and socialized feeling. I've been in her world, in his world. I've been watching all these conversations. I feel like I've been in a nightclub. I feel like I've been out dancing. I feel like I've been out having a good time. I've been eating all this, getting the sense of like I'm out, I'm eating, I'm with people, but I'm sitting on my couch. But the hormones are being tricked. Where, so that's why I think it happens. I think our entertainment is the problem.
It is. Yeah, that sedentary lifestyle is the main cause of a lot of problems that we develop. Conditions, diseases, and lack of mobility leads to really difficult time trying to just get around sometimes. If you are sedentary too long, it's going to be hard to just get up and walk sometimes. And for a lot of people, they'll say, oh, I can't do that because it's too much work. I walk enough when I'm at work, or I walk enough when I'm cleaning up the house. And I like to explain to people that when you're walking, doing something you don't want to do, and you're walking around in strange patterns, stop and go. It's not the same thing as walking steadily along a road where you're not worrying or thinking about anything. You let your mind at ease and you're in the sunlight and there's people smiling back at you and you're waving, crossing by and have a nice little conversation, maybe help somebody with something. It'll make you feel a lot better than walking around in circles doing what you have to do for somebody else. I mean, granted, it is good to stay active whatever way you can, but there's a definite advantage to walking recreationally as opposed to for work, for a utility.
And like I just Googled it now. So the average person in London, as an example, spends 54 minutes commuting to work and home. And so that's on tubes, mostly tubes, buses, trains, mostly tubes, right? Just as an example. So then these people are working in soul destroying jobs that the only reason they're doing their job is to get the money to eat and live. Most of them, right? 90% of the people, they see job as a means to an end to survival. That's all it is to them. If they could be given the choice to not work, they would not work. Where if you do what you love, like if I had all the money in the world, I would still do what I do, if that makes sense, because I enjoy what I do, and I've chosen what I do, and I feel like I'm helping people, and so to me, this is good. But most people don't have that because they don't work for themselves. They don't choose, what do I want to do? Do I love trees? If somebody loves trees, maybe they love like being a tree doctor. And if there were more tree doctors, maybe they wouldn't chop down the trees, right? Like, okay, the tree's a danger to your house. Well, we'll take that branch. We'll shorten that branch. We'll trim him off here, trim him off there, and he can grow in that direction and everybody's fine, right? Like I had the tree guys come to my home a while ago. And I was like, I want you to cut the trees back there. I want to push the growth that direction, right? Because this is how trees operate. They grow in the direction you give them. So I think this extreme path of like just chopping away nature is sort of part and parcel of the fact that we are living in this escapist society where people are working 50 hours a week doing jobs they hate most of the time, that they resent, that they wouldn't have chosen to do. And so they are forced into doing this job because they went to study university. They studied the course. Now they're invested in it. Their parents are like, oh, we've invested money into you. They've got a student loan. This is a big nonsense. They can't leave. They may as well finish the course. They finish the course. They get qualified. Okay, they can get a job with reasonable money. Okay, it's not really what their hearts are in, but they'll do the job. And so this is like a lot of people. This is like the odd person. This is like normal. So when you look at it like that, you get a very clear sense. You get a very clear sense of what's going on in the world, and I think that this is why we are the way we are. I don't think if our economic system was different, if our work system was different, and people work way too much. Like I work quite a lot, but I enjoy my work. But I think like a lot of people, they do like menial work too much, if that makes sense. Like people will be forced to work a 50-hour, 60-hour week. Probably 50 hours these days is normal since the armed brick adventure. Am I right? Like companies expect 50 hours from people. And if you think about it, if you were at home, subsistence farming, you would not be putting in 50 hours a week to keep your food. You would not. You would put in about 25 hours a week to get your food on the table, right? If you did 6 days a week, 4.5 hours of solid work every day, right? That would fulfill your needs. Then you would have to be on the property just chilling, right? With a sound system or something. If the birds come to your favorite tree, you're like a da 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 da. You'd have to have like little buttons. Like you can make the sound system start there and like just like, okay, move it on, birds. There's trees over there, not those trees. Whatever. Like there'd be ways of like, but you'd be on the property. You're walking around. You're playing with the kids. You play a game of like tennis on the property or badminton or kick a ball around. Keep the animals off your crops, basically. But that's not working. That's like relaxing. Chilling outdoor in the place where you live. The actual work, and I know this because I've been in the Himalayas and I've watched the people and I've lived there and I've seen how much people work, and I'd be like, wow, when it's time for harvest, they work full on, right? Then it's like 11, 12-hour days, but that doesn't last. When they're preparing the seeds and stuff, there's more work, but during the other times, they work like 2 hours a day, right? So when you break it all down to an average, it's probably an average of about 4.5 hours a day, as opposed to 9 to 5. The reason we're working 9 to 5 is so that the corporations that we work for can get the extra benefit of our labor. That's really what it is. So no wonder people are so unenthusiastic about living. Because tomorrow morning they have to go and sit in that office and do the same drudgery again for 9 hours or 8 hours or 10 hours. The same rubbish. Again, same office. And then the next day, they got to spend an hour or 40, 50, 54 minutes on average commuting to and from work to sit in that drudgery of a place. And then they get home and all they want to do is just relax and veg out, man. You guys have taken all of my mental energy. You've taken all of my love, all of my passion. It's all been removed from me. I just want to sit down and recover from this bloody day that you've put me through. Right? Is that not what people are thinking? Well, what do you guys think?
I think you're spot on, actually.
So I think all of these things compound. And so they've got us disconnected from nature. Because if people weren't working so much, right? Like, this is the thing, hey? If people weren't working so much and they would then like go for a walk, while they're walking, they might have more energy and they'd see, oh, there's litter. Let me pick up the litter. You with me? Because people would be like, they'd have more time and energy. People would be more interested in doing things in their community because they'd have the time to do it. But then it's not work. Then it's just like, oh, well, I see this is here. You know, like where I live, we do this. We've got a lot of tourists, and I badmouth the tourists all the time. You should see how I badmouth these Europeans. I speak badly about Europeans. I say these bloody Europeans come to our beautiful country and throw their rubbish on our floor like they think they're at home. Because the locals do not throw rubbish on the floor. Right? The locals, everybody who lives here, we walk around picking the rubbish up off the floor. These people come to our country, they walk up and down the street to go to the penguin sanctuary, they throw their rubbish, their food and stuff on the floor, they throw their rubbish and food on the beach, and we end up picking it up and cleaning it up. But this is what I mean. Because it's a smaller town where I am, well, it's actually in Cape Town, but it feels like a smaller town vibe. We're all much more engaged. Probably because most of the people that live here work for themselves, you see. So, guy down the road. Okay, so next door to me, there's a lady. She's retired, but she used to run a guest house, which was hers. Next door to her is another gentleman, actually her son. He's an architect, works for himself. Next door to them is a couple. They've got a business, branding and stuff. They work for themselves, right? Next door to them, there's a house that rents out for like tourists and stuff, working for themselves, the owner. Next door to them is an ice cream shop. The guy makes gelato and sells ice cream. He works for himself. And so I can go the other direction. It's the same thing. Most of the people that live here work for themselves. So when you work for yourselves, you tend to be happier because you don't feel like you're being KO'd like cattle. And this is probably why we have this better attitude towards where we live, where it shocks me when you go other places. Like Cape Town's a very clean city, by the way. If you come here, you'll be surprised when you come to Cape Town. Oh, the roads are so clean. This place is so clean. Yeah, we actually take a lot of pride in keeping our roads clean and not throwing our rubbish around. Okay, welcome. We have a dear Stein Fox that's come to join us. Stein he's what I call a hardcore podcaster. He's a hardcore podcaster. He podcasts like wholesale podcasting. He's always doing a lot of shows. He's got the Stein Fox show, the Greythorn podcast. It's in my recommended podcast. You can find him there. He's a pagan. He's the jarl of a pagan group that's been doing a lot of great work. They've registered as a religion organization. They've basically growing from the ground up, from a grassroots community of pagan people sharing pagan ideas, knowledge, wisdom. And he's a father. He's a lovely guy. He's been a big part of our roundtable for a long time. I'd love to welcome dear Stein Fox. It's an honor to have you on the show with all these wonderful people here. Do you please say a few words, dear brother?
Yeah, it's good being here. It's good being on the roundtable again. My voice is a little shot because I caught a bit of a cold, or whatever it is. It's been foggy for I want to say like 2 weeks straight here. So who knows what the fog brought with it. Yeah, Stein Fox, Jarl of the tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans, the Grove of Odin, which is the legal part, indeed. Host of the Greyhorn Pagans podcast. I am doing 2 more shows today. I've done 2 yesterday. I have a recording and a live show tomorrow, and then another recording on Monday. So this is, yeah. And, being here, of course, because, I got Tommy in between. So why not? Yeah. Greyhorn Pagans podcast. You can find everything that we do with the Tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans, Grove of Odin, Greyhorn Pagans podcast on our website, www.greyhornpagans.com. You can also find contact info there, for several purposes. So yeah, very, very happy to be here as always. Yeah, with the the crowd that is always here, everyone in the comments, I'm recognizing the names right away. So roundtable is always a nice safe space where you can have these high-minded discussions.
Lovely. It's an honor to have you. I take it was Indy. Was it you that asked the question there? What did India do? Monsanto's do to India?
Me asking the question. It comes out as you, but she was thinking it was having to do with the vax, and I was wondering if she was thinking about Moderna or Monsanto.
No. Monsanto's basically went to India and made package IMF packages, huge IMF packages. So they manipulated the financial situation so that there was so much money being invested into Indian agriculture so that the farmers would be basically getting payoffs from the government in order to grow Monsanto's products. And all the Monsanto's equipment and chemicals and everything was given to the farmers for free for the first few years. And so what happened was the farmers were basically not making money out of the crops they were growing, but they were making money out of the IMF packages that they were getting. And in the end, when Monsanto's turns around and says, okay, now you got to pay for everything, they can't afford to pay because the Indian government had been influenced into price fixing. So they were only allowed to sell for a certain amount, but it was now becoming not viable to actually produce and grow. And they were stuck in a contract with Monsanto's that meant they couldn't change what they were growing on their properties. So all of the farmers that were losing their farms were getting into debts with the banks because that's what they did to survive. They would basically commit sewage pipes. And yeah, I know that's an interesting word, but I can't say the proper word here on YouTube. Otherwise, they will do all sorts of nonsense to us. But these people were committing sewage pipes, and they would do it with the Monsanto's Roundup Ready crap. And basically, the reason they were doing it, all the farmers that were men were doing it, was because the Indian law will not allow a farm to be taken away from women and children. So the men were committing sewage pipes in order to protect their wives and children so they didn't lose their home. But in the end, the wives and children lost their home anyway because there's politics. It's complex in India and corporations, and they literally get run off their land.
And so was that the palm oil craze? Were they trying to grow palm oil?
No, it's BT cotton, BT brinjal, BT potatoes, BT, a lot of BT crops. BT means animal cross with other genetics, but it's all, you see, there's a company called Seminus that was bought by Monsanto's in 2007, I believe. And Seminus is the Indian generator of all of these, what do they call the seeds there? They got a name for it there, but basically it's GMO seeds.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what it is. So through the subsidiary company, holding company of Seminus, Monsanto's was operating in India, and it's like led to hundreds of thousands of sewage pipes situations.
Oh my god.
So yeah, cultural genocide.
That is terrible that they get signed into doing only certain crops like that, and then it's not profitable for them. I think a lot of the crops in America are used for like the corn, and the corn crops go to make ethanol a lot more than they were. So I think that industry is growing a lot faster than we thought, and a lot of the corn is going to create ethanol and feed cows and to feed humans.
And
Yeah.
I've also
Yeah.
seen somewhere recently that the states, like where all those larger cornfields are, they're using a underground well of some sort, like an underground water system, natural water, but that is like pretty much running out. It's running very, very dry. So soon all those states that produce those massive fields of corn won't be able to anymore unless they get their water from somewhere else, which is very expensive and not profitable anymore. So if that is indeed what it's being used for, then that industry will very soon start to suffer as well. So hey, all the better to switch to electric, right? Clean and all that. And so they say, let's just not talk about the cobalt mines and how dirty the whole process of actually mining that stuff is. The cars are clean, people. That's what it's all about. Okay.
Yeah, for all the twat features that the Trumptafarian manages to pack onto his face. How's that for a notion? All the twat features he manages to pack onto his face. The one thing you got to say is at least he's keeping it real when it comes to that nonsense. Like he's the only person who says that as it is. He says, what's all this nonsense with electric cars? It's not cleaner. It's not cheaper. It's more expensive. It breaks. And like, what is the story? Like, stop pretending, that this is clean, because like you say, all those rare earth materials, there's also political elements.
Yeah.
Like African countries are being like ground into the concrete in order to get their wealth, and then destroying these natural habitats and like basically ruining whole sects of land in these countries in order to take their rare minerals.
Yeah.
And then also generate a civil war while you're at it, and maybe a famine.
Yeah, they're trying to do the hydrogen-powered vehicles in farming equipment down in South America. They say that that's going to be the wave of the future now. We don't see any of that up here in the States yet. I'm sure it's out there, but just not in the limelight. But the hydrogen thing seems maybe good. I feel like water power seems like a way better option. How is anybody going to make hydrogen? That's extremely volatile. That could explode.
It's controllable money. Like if you make an engine that runs on water, then what are you going to sell water? Yeah, like, come on, man. We need to drink water. We need to wash your water. Like you just get water out of your tap at home, put it in your car, and off you go. I mean,
yeah, they'd have to come up with a different way of taxing us for our vehicles, I guess.
Well, it would be very hard for them to tax us and call it constitutional. It's way easier to have a corporation that produces fuel and say, look how hard we got to work to get this fuel. You got to pay for it. Look at those big oil refineries, So like it's what it is. But this whole electric thing is a joke.
They can't just drop. It's not just for energy. A lot of the petroleum byproducts are used to make plastics and all pharmaceutical pills for the most part. So
food.
So
there's plastic in our food, isn't there?
Yeah, there's microplastics in rice. They use oil to make ramen noodles, like car oil.
Oh, like my child wants to eat ramen noodles, and I'm like, dude, that's what like it was invented to feed the poor people so that they would get sick. Like rather just eat like like I'll
Oh,
make a chow mein and I'll use like a 100% pure durum wheat or the best that I can find.
yeah.
And he's asking for ramen noodles because his mom introduced him to ramen noodles. And I'm like, don't you get it, man? This is like toxic, like Babylon food, my boy. Babylon food. We don't need that Babylon food. And it's interesting, how the world has been like this whole India story. I actually came across this India story in 2008 when I was in the Himalayas. And I had been noticing for a while that the quality of the food in India was going down. And I was like, what the hell's going on? It's freaking me out, man. Like we used to get all these cool, funky potatoes, and now they're all the same size and they're all the same shape. And I was like, that's not right. This is like Western potatoes. What happened? And so I did the obvious thing was I went to go and like speak to the farmers. And they said, no, we get our seeds from Seminis, from this company. I was like, okay, so where's the depots? So I went to the depots where the farmers go to buy their stuff, and I spoke to them and I looked at their products and I found out what was going on. And they explained to me what Seminis was, and that these Seminis seeds was like, they call them hybrid seeds. That's right. This is what everybody's farming these days. And it's giving big yields and everybody's really happy. And I was like, So that's when I actually went and did my homework before the AI systems owned the internet completely, right? And I was able to like find the truth of like Monsanto's and Seminis. I wonder, is that information even available these days? And this is another point of problem. And I'd love to get your guys' feedback on this. AI. Is it not easy to hide the truth from people using AI to scrub the web? Is that what it's being used for primarily? What are your guys' thoughts on this? In order to keep us ignorant.
Absolutely. When I asked the AI, basically, when you search on Google, they'll give you this AI overview first. And so people will just usually just glance at that. It used to be they would put like a Wikipedia there. Now the AI gives you this overview, and when you look up like how can I treat any sickness or condition or disease, they're going to give you first and foremost the pharmaceutical and surgery solutions or medical technology. What can the doctor do for you? So then I had to scratch that out, and I said, what kind of home remedy is good for? What if I used hydrogen peroxide for strep throat? Is that going to be good? The AI was all about contradictions when the results. It said, no, it won't do anything for you. It's not a cure. It's not a treatment, and it doesn't do anything. But it does kill off the bacteria that cause strep throat, and it will heal your throat, and it will fix the problem, and it will cure the disease. So I thought to myself, what kind of nonsense is this mess? They're telling you, and I had to look through several times, refine the search before it would actually tell me all this good stuff. So it's really hiding a lot of things. And if you ask the right questions, only then will it finally give you the answers you're looking for.
Well, I mean, the AIs they have a bias kind of built in by the people who program them. I think when it comes to like artificial intelligence, it's a very powerful tool of coercion, because when it's an artificial intelligence, you don't think of these ideas coming from a biased human being with emotions and agenda. You think, oh, it's this perfectly neutral, objective robot AI that has no agenda whatsoever. And I think in that sense, people become more trustworthy towards something that is maybe like an artificial intelligence or a robot as opposed to a human, while they can kind of hide the sort of the human biases and agendas and plans that sort of go along with it.
Yeah, a lot of people will see AI as like an independent being already, like an independent kind of mind that can form its own ideas, not realizing that, there are still humans behind it. Like someone has to program that shit. Someone has to, tweak the algorithm, if you will. But since you're not actually talking to a human, yeah, people will think it's less biased, which I do understand. It's a lot easier and a lot faster to get an answer from AI. You just put in a prompt and it'll spit out an answer. Very basic, very rudimentary, but hey, you got an answer. So I get how people will trust that more, trust that better. The only thing that I hope is that the three robotic laws. Oh,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Asimov,
Can I
three
start
basic rules of robotics.
Yeah. I hope that they are programmed in their. Asimov, was it?
Yeah, I think it was
Asimov?
Isaac Asimov.
Yeah.
There's iRobot book, I believe. But I think one of the things that's really sinister about AI that I don't really hear a lot of people talking about, I think I might have mentioned in this table before, but it's not just the fact that we're living in a world with this kind of artificial intelligence, but it's almost because we use social media so often, because we're used to sort of thinking algorithmically. It's almost like we're trained to become artificial intelligences ourselves, and we see ourselves as being utterly indistinguishable from a machine. And when we start to see ourselves as being indistinguishable machine, we start to think of ourselves as machines, and then we no longer think of ourselves as organisms anymore. We no longer think of ourselves as animals. It's like some people actually want to become machines. It's very bizarre.
Well, I mean, the very pop culture things definitely do not help with that. Warhammer, for example, Warhammer 40K. It's the lore and everything is awesome, but definitely glorifying the like technomancy and the technocratic singularity. Man and machine, and you'll become all powerful if you don't die. That is, and chances are greater that you do. But you even see it in the spiritual community, and although I think that is very very subconsciously, because everyone is always talking about getting downloads.
Yeah,
You
I know
download
exactly what
stuff
you're
on
talking
your
about.
computer. You download stuff on your phone.
Yeah, we're using that
Download
language.
information into yourself.
Mhm.
That's not that's not how it goes. But it's a term that has become so normalized. Everybody uses it, from like your armchair conspiracy theorist to the love and light girlies, and I got downloads.
Yeah, we're
So
using
you're hooked up to some sort of a machine, and you got a new program that is being installed or
and that.
something.
Mm-hmm. And that also goes with the whole idea of everything as a simulation. It's interesting how we went from the shift of from the shamanic and spiritual community saying everything is part of the dream, and now we call the dream a simulation. And a lot of people in the spiritual community, they don't really seem to realize that there's actually a very important difference between those two concepts, because a dream is organic. You think what a dream is like a sort of a conscious experience created by sort of like a brain or a flesh, and a simulation is created by a computer. It's created by a program. And the thing about computers is that they operate in a deterministic way. Everything in a computer is algorithmic. It doesn't really have its own free will. Whereas in the dream world, there's spirits that have their own autonomy. There's your individual autonomy. There's an environment of autonomous, beings and structures. And I think if we're talking about, connecting to nature, I think that this whole idea of not only the redefining spiritual terms using technological language, like that's something I think needs to be talked about a lot more. What are your thoughts on that, Shaman?
I can't help saying that you're right. I mean, I agree. The way that we use words are so powerful. I mean, that's how the round table started. We were looking at words, the power of words. This is magic. Magic is the power of words, really. How it shapes our ideas, perception, reality, consciousness, and how that changes the way that we interact with nature and how nature interacts with us. And what comes out of nature to us is based upon these extrapolations of these principles. So I think you're so accurate there. The whole idea of a download. I mean, like when you think download, it's quite an interesting concept. It's a great metaphor, but it's a dangerous metaphor because, like you say, I think it drives us to think of the world as mechanism, as a system of mechanics, right? Like a big computer is just a mechanical thing. It's just a download of information. It's not like the information itself is a living being that has entered your living being. The thought traveling through consciousness is a living being. Oh wow, that's a new one, right? So maybe we'd be better off to say these new living beings have traveled through the tube of my consciousness, and this is what I am. This is how I'm reacting to the presence of these beings. That would be a different way of looking at it, wouldn't it? And it's really what's going on because thoughts are very much, from my experience, alive. Like, what do you think? Are thoughts alive?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think there's obviously, I think different thoughts have different levels of sentience. I think there's a difference between like just a word versus an actual like a character with a personality. But I think it's just like, in the physical world, there's like rocks are probably not quite as aware as like plants or slugs maybe. And I think in the mental sphere, the mental part, the dream part of the biosphere, I think it's the same dynamic. You also have simple thoughts that evolve into more complex thoughts, and those complex thoughts have become more complex beings with more complex experiences, more complex ways of communicating, and it just sort of forms like that. So, yeah, I think thoughts have a sort of life force to them.
Yeah, so like this whole idea of a download disconnects us from life, and it makes us think as if like that we're not alive. And I think it's if you ask me, it's counterintelligence that has been put into action by particular counterintelligence communities that are hell-bent on pushing us towards two directions: transhumanism and eugenics, because eugenics and transhumanism are connected. People must stop having babies, point. Bodies must be genetically modified by those that can make babies, okay, in laboratories. And then they need to be upgraded with the latest technology, right? This is really what they want. And so in order to make that happen, people have got to think of the universe as being a machine, and it's just mechanical, and thoughts are just mechanical things that you download. At which point, well, what's the point? If the universe is a computer and I'm downloading, then I increase this potential to download. What's wrong with that? Get a little chip in here, a little chip in there, a little cranky bit
You know
in
what
there.
I think it is, Shaman? I'm just thinking about it now. The reason they're pushing the simulation theory is because the materialism, as we know it, isn't working on people anymore. People are they're taking psychedelics, they're seeing things differently, they're questioning a lot of the ideas, and they realize like, oh, this materialism thing. So they try to find a way to make idealism materialistic. And that's kind of what simulation theory does. It's like an idealistic version of materialism, if that makes any sense.
And the simulation theory, like from a simulation, it's not the real deal, which is disconnecting us even more. Oh, life is, it's just a simulation. It's not even real. It's not even the full package. It's a demo, if you will. You get a little taste of what it is. You can play as a predetermined character for a bit, see what it's like. But, if you want to play the real game, you got to upgrade. And that's where the whole chip rigmarole comes in, because then you can break out of the simulation by purchasing shit that well, at least on technological devices, create simulations. I do agree with the notion that we create our own reality. So in that way, yeah, perhaps it sort of is. I do kind of like the um, game theory thought. Let's say that if I just got home from the gym, I'm not there anymore, so I don't know if it's still there or not, or if it's just because I'm expecting to see the gym there when I get there, that the gym is there. So, like, is it still there? It's kind of the same question, like, if a tree falls in the woods and nobody's there to hear it, does it still make a sound? You're going to assume yes, because if a tree falls, it makes a sound. But if nobody's there to hear it, how do you know? So I do kind of like it in that regard, that we create our own reality, and at the same time, I don't know, we're all part
No, I
of
think you make a good
each other's
distinction there by
reality.
saying that we create the reality. We take our own dreams and sort of like that's how I kind of think of the sort of the biosphere. It's not just this sphere. It's like a sphere. It's like a just dreams and collect thing. Whereas if it's a simulation, that implies that everything is created by some kind of programmer out there, outside of our free will, outside of our volition, and we don't really have control or agency within the simulation. It's whoever programmed the simulation is the one who sets the rules, makes sure everything is in line. Whereas if everything is a dream, then in a sense we're all essentially free, and the universe is a
Yeah.
little bit more anarchistic, but in a good way. Not in the sense that there's no order, but in the sense that it's a little bit more that power and all those dynamics are distributed more evenly, as opposed to this kind of top-down pyramid system.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, coincidentally, I had a pretty hardcore Christian on the show just yesterday. The conversation didn't really go the way that I imagined it was gonna go, but it was still quite interesting. But even she says that yes, the God and Jesus and whatever, and they have made this, they have created this, but they have provided mankind with free will. And actually, for someone who is very, very Christian, very deeply Christian, she was interested in my gods and my beliefs. So kudos to her, absolutely. It's just she's very kind of stuck on like first level Christianity, just what the Bible says. But even she's like, she told me that she really wants me to convert, because she wants me to be saved. That's all. And Christianity and the whole conversion, like it did wonders for her. She's living her best life, and so she wants that for everybody else. But hey, God gave you free choice, God gave you free will, so I'm not going to push it on you. If God comes to you, then perhaps I'll pray for you. And so I basically just told her, what, if he comes to me, I'll listen, I'll make a decision right then and there. But I mean, I'm not really counting on it. But even the hardcore Christians say that, yeah, there is such a thing as free will. Yes, everything is created, and we're all part of this bigger whole, but there's still such a thing as free will. And even that with AI and algorithms, etc., is kind of being, well, not necessarily being taken away, but being steered in a influenced. People make a whole freaking living out of influencing people to do something, buy something that profits them. So I don't know, like, is that a form of transhumanism as well, trying to steer people in some kind of a direction? You can say it's free will, because they're still doing it out of their free will. Nobody is like holding a gun to their head and say like, fucking buy this or else.
Yeah. Then
So
again,
it's
I
free.
don't know
It's
if
free
transhumanists
will,
really...
but it's not.
Mhm.
So
I don't know how many transhumanist types really believe in free will is the thing. So a lot of them are atheists, and a lot of atheists these days do not believe in free will. It's totally counterintuitive, but that's how people are.
Yeah. I mean, it, isn't atheism supposed to be like the ultimate free will? Like there is no God, there is no higher being, so just do whatever
on paper, but like I guess
you-
their kind of thing is like, because everything moves deterministically from the Big Bang, everything can be defined by these total mechanistic, you know, you can predict how certain things move, you can predict how certain things interact, and then they extrapolate that to human psychology itself, that we're just this really complex Rube Goldberg machine that just sort of formed itself over billions of years of evolution. I know it sounds completely insane,
kind of
but that's their thought process.
Kind of pre-AI or like very high scientific AI. You know, everything is predictable because you know
they see
this
everything as
happens.
mechanistic.
Like this happens every 50 years. This happens every 25 years. The sun revolves around the earth in so many days. This is when that moon cycle is. You know, it's all predictable. So therefore, you know, it's fucking meaningless.
It's kind of, you know, in a weird way, if you think about it, science is almost like a kind of fortune telling.
I think when I heard free will initially, I feel like it sounds great. You get to do whatever you want. You can make your own choices. But when you think about free will, what they're really saying in the Bible about free will is that you can choose to not do the right thing. You're allowed to choose to not do what you should do. And that's what free will is really all about. You can do the wrong thing and you can learn from your mistakes. But how much free will do you really have when you're being coerced with an ultimatum? Unless you do everything I say, you're going to be tortured forever in eternity. Now you have to do this because you don't want to be tortured. Now, how would people really behave if they weren't acting out of fear of trying to escape punishment? They still want to do the things they want to do. They're just going to refrain from doing the things they want to do to not be punished. And so how much have they grown? How much have they grown to be able to understand morality, to understand what's right and wrong? They still want to do wrongful things. They're just not allowing themselves to do it. And so that's not really free will.
For all the wrong reasons, you know, as you said, the fear of punishment. Like if you don't want to do those things because you know they're wrong and because you shouldn't be doing those things, just, you know, out of a morality, if you will, that's a whole different ballgame. You know, I would love to just do whatever, wherever, do whoever. But I know that's wrong. And I know it's, you know, it won't gain me anything. So I don't. I choose not to, out of a higher morality, out of a standard that I hold myself to, not out of fear for punishment.
Yeah, it helps me to understand that if I were to want to have done something wrong, and then I were to learn that everything is an extension of myself, and if I were to hurt someone else, I'm really only hurting myself. That kind of a lesson gives me understanding of why something's wrong and how it could be wrong.
If we're all a collective, indeed, you know, as we are, as you know, as humankind, yeah, you know, by hurting others, you are hurting yourself, and that's also what I believe is like truly meant when people say that, you know, someone sold out. They sold out their moralities. They're just doing everything for their own gain, for short-term gain, mostly. And if that means hurting others, then, you know, that means hurting others. If that means I can get further, I can get higher up, whatever ladder I'm on, then I will do so. I mean, Wotan is kind of a god like that, you know, the ends justifies the means. But at least he reached divinity. And at least, you know, he, with all the wisdom and power that he gained, he now, you know, cares for us, takes care of us. He created us. So, yeah, like the way that he gained that knowledge, may not be the most kind, not the most clean, but now he's using it for, now he's using it for good. Now he's using it to steer us in the right way. So there is still morality, but
I like the lesson of his sacrifice. It shows that when we make sacrifices, then we will gain. But you have to be able to give something to be able to receive.
And that you see that in every religion, in every spiritual text, every spiritual whatever. You gotta give something to receive something. If you want to, if you want to elevate yourself, you got to go through the dark. If you want to find the light, you got to go through the dark. If you want to receive good things, you got to give up bad things. It's it's also the duality, but yeah, in kind of a different way.
There's a definite contradiction there. That and congratulations for managing to maintain your your who you are. You didn't be like, oh my gosh, I'm going to burn in hell. Oh my gosh, thank you for saving my life. We've got a systematic zoo come to join us, dear Shinobi. He's a lovely brother from the UK. He's done a lot of research. He's a keen researcher. He actually shared a lot of information with us about water. Those of you that don't know about the water in the UK, you need to go and find out what's going on. It's evil. He's been a big proponent in Gabe's group, and it's actually where I met him. He's got a lot of really interesting ideas. He's starting a school with his partner, so they're going to be working with presenting information to children in such a way as to bring the spiritual occult philosophy back into our teaching, sort of like in a way like Steiner's done that and other people have done that. So they're bringing that back in from a new, fresh perspective. And of course, he's a father, and sending you big love. It's an honor to have you here, dear brother. Thank you for joining us and welcome. Do you want to say a few short words and then throw in anything you want to throw at the table?
Yeah, I've tried joining the chat a few times. So I've lost my voice a little bit, so a little bit croaky today. Yeah, I've got a Wi-Fi extender right next to me, but even with that, it wasn't happening. So I've actually hotspotted through my mobile phone. So we'll see how it goes, but so far, so good. It's weird. I've got a router right next to me, but it's not as good as my phone Wi-Fi. So yeah, happy to be here. Good to see you all. And yeah, Stein, you celebrated your 33rd birthday on the 20th. Mine was a few days before you.
Well,
and we've both got croaky voices as well.
Yeah. It's, and UK, the Netherlands, kind of close to each other, of course. Has it been that crazy misty with you as well?
So hold on.
Yeah, it was worldwide.
Happy birthday to both of you. And it's
thank you.
You're on the 20th and you're on the 22nd.
No, Shinobi on the 16th. I was on the 20th.
Okay, 16 and 20. Cool. So you were basically.
Sorry, carry on.
The beginning of this alignment, this planetary alignment on your birthdays. Wow. I actually spoke to you before your birthday, and I didn't speak to you since, Stein. So again, happy birthday, belated. I for some reason I thought your birthday was in the beginning of January, but anyway, I've got to really get this together. I've got to put it down on a piece of paper and keep that piece of paper somewhere without my 8-year-old turning it into art scrap. And happy birthday to both of you, dear brother Shinobi. I hope you guys have both had a great one. Please just carry on. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's fine, no worries. Yeah, the fog was worldwide, I think. It only lasted here like a few days to a week, but we've been watching a TV series called The Rig, which is set on an oil rig where there's this. I'm not sure when it was filmed, like a few years ago, I think. It's not that recent, and it's about a fog that comes, and it brings with it like these little bits. So I'm not sure if you've seen people's videos of this fog, but it looks like there's little bits or particles in the
I've
fog.
I've seen
It's
bits and
very
pieces.
mysterious because
Yeah.
these bits don't land. Yeah, it's really weird. It's like perhaps the fog's carrying something with it.
Well, it's very typical
I
that
mean,
now the fog has cleared, that everybody's kind of feeling a bit groggy, feeling a bit of a cold, bit of a flu. It's almost like there
Graphene.
was something.
Graphene on the lungs causes that symptom, and I think they use graphene
Respiratory-
nanoparticles
Yeah.
for geoengineering.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there are many like horror movies, thriller movies about the fog, or even called The Fog. It's all propaganda. It's all showing us what's going to happen. The revelation of the method.
Yeah, we get brain fog from the food weapon system.
apparently before
Sugar and onions.
before any plagues and stuff, there's been a fog as well.
There's a lot of science fiction about the fog. Especially with things. Scary because you don't see mountain peaks.
I first discovered this in Croydon in 2012, 2013, where there was this one crazy fog, and myself and my ex were looking at this fog, and we were like, "What's going on?" And we'd been like watching and it was after a time that there was more than usual chemtrail activity. And after the fog cleared, there was stuff on the floor. It looked like it was winter. It looked like it was like, when it's cold and it looks like there's ice crystals. But when I walked on it, it made my feet really, really itchy. And when I tried to like scratch my soles of my feet, because I walked outside barefoot in winter to take out the rubbish bin, right? It's like, damn, it's rubbish day. Quickly. And I wasn't going to put on shoes. I was just quickly like wing it, take out the rubbish bin, put it out on the side of the curb. And came back in the house and my feet were itchy. And your natural instinct is to rub it against your legs, your ankles. And then the ankles were itchy. And then I tried rubbing it on different parts. And wherever I touched my soles of my feet was itchy. And then it made me go back out, put on shoes after I washed my feet and washed my legs, to get the itching to stop, and to go and look at that so-called crystal. And it was like a weird kind of a dust.
Sounds like asbestos.
I don't know what it was, man. Like nanoparticles, something, and maybe graphene, maybe metals, maybe God knows what. But whatever it is, that's what I think it must be, because they've at that time they weren't officially doing geoengineering yet. They were still denying there's no such thing as chemtrails, it's contrails, right? But now we know that like this is how they do geoengineering, because they've disclosed it to the United Nations, so we know it's a thing.
Yeah.
And now they're not denying it anymore. So
there's a 1980 independent supernatural horror film directed by John Carpenter, a very well-known director in the horror genre, about the fog. There is a of course, Stephen King's The Mist, 2007 cosmic horror. And Stephen King is deep into that stuff, of course. His stories, his books are amazing. The films that came from it are absolutely amazing. But boy, they're horror for a reason, because we're living that stuff. So, sci-fi horror, cosmic horror, The Mist, The Fog, John Carpenter, Stephen King. Two very well-known ones. The like fog and mist always being associated with the supernatural, with supernatural things happening or appearing, or it's like you'll see something coming out of the mist, a shape forming in the mist, or like at sea, like you'll often hear like ghost ships appearing out of the mist or something. So there is something up with that. And coincidentally, the fog, the John Carpenter one, is set in Northern California. It's always California, or New York, one of the coasts.
Yeah, both Stephen King and John Carpenter were hugely influenced by H.P. Lovecraft, a big cosmic horror writer. Dude, it's what's,
Yeah.
I feel like the fog kind of plays on one of the Babylonian mystery schools, psyops, where they're trying to have people fear what they don't understand and what they can't see, and be scared of the dark. And we were talking about this a little bit earlier too. Some people are fascinated by nature and they're curious and they want to see things that they don't understand, whereas a lot of people are more have a comfort zone that they want to stay in, and they associate nature with things to be scared of or burdened by. And so I think the fog is one of those things where we can't see what's there, so we're going to assume it's the worst. There could be crazy monsters in this fog. It's scaring me. Like, what is back there? What is behind this fog? And so these authors have come to make that a reality and show people that when there's a fog, it could be your worst nightmare in that fog coming at you. You don't ever know what's in there.
Yeah,
and so
the fog and the dark. Yeah.
Whereas other people might think, oh, the fog, there could be angels amongst us, just here with us, watching us, but we just don't see them. But you don't really see authors put that into the media, and if they do, they're not really putting the light, you know. But some people have that kind of a mind where
the myth is
things they want to explore more. You know what I mean?
I associate fog less with fear and more with like depression and despair kind of thing. Kind of like it's like you just don't really know where you're going. Because the other thing about fog is it's gray, it's gloomy, it's not necessarily, it blocks out the sunlight, it's not necessarily good for your mood, and it's kind of like it's cold and wet. It's just uncomfortable.
Yeah, I hear that.
And it's the same if you like after a heavy night of partying and using all kinds of substances, you're feeling a bit foggy, like you can't think clear. There's something clouding your mind. So I get it, but at the same time the mystery is all the more exciting as well.
That's actually where I'm at, because with my boy, we get really excited when there's fog. We go, oh, wow, that's so cool. You can only see so far. There's fog. Oh, because we don't get it often here. And we'll climb on the mountain and there's fog. And I'm like, that's so cool. There could be anything over there. You don't know what it is. It's like a surprise. And I think that you're right. This is an attitude of people being so used to being spoon-fed information by Google. So everything's just known. Nothing's unknown. Google knows everything. Everything's known. But we're living in a world where we actually know very little. Most of everything is unknown, if we're honest. And I think that it's like, this is really interesting as it taps into this conversation, like in the whole discussion, where we come from, where we are, and where we're going. And this has got like strong bearings on the evolution of the human race as it relates to both the what do you call it? Upgrading our bodies. And because the way I see it is like this: we used to subsist within nature, and we used to have great reverence for nature, and we used to feel ourselves as being subjective to nature. And there's something quite powerful and liberating in that experience. Like my son and myself, our big thing is when there's thunder and lightning, we go for a swim in the sea. He loves it. He gets exhilarated and excited. And it's like a feeling of danger. And I'm like, come on, we're going to go and swim in the sea. And he loves it. He's a boy. He gets to be a boy, right? And this is something that we don't do enough of. And I think in the old times, we lived in much more danger. You're in this forest. Anything can come out of the forest. There's wolves. There's big snakes. There's dangerous animals. You could upset a wild boar and it could like basically impale you, and that would be the end. There's no doctors and hospitals and like emergency services for you out here. You're out in the wild. That's it. You're gonna basically buy the farm. So I think like because of living closer to danger, we had that reverence for nature, and we accepted and understood that we had to be humble within nature, right? But now we are like, our arrogance of where we are right now is that we feel we're a cut above nature. And I think this is like a big psychological shift that humans have gotten because we get too much too easily in a way. And I mean, like, I don't mean food. I mean other crap. Like, we get too much from our phones. We get too much information, too much of this, too much nonsense, too many movies to watch, too many different kinds of music to listen to. It's almost overwhelming to the senses, and so we feel like we've got everything at our fingertips in this technology, and we forget that everything comes from nature. And I think that defines our journey through where we're at now, which is a state of arrogance, and where we're going in the future, which I think is like, I think we're moving towards a splitting of the human race, where some people will sell out and say, you know what, upgrade this thing. Give me
It's
a better
already
body.
happening.
Upgrade this thing. Like, I watched that film. What's it called? There's the next one on Netflix. I haven't watched it. The blue alien.
Avatar.
Give me the new
Oh.
Avatar. Come on, upgrade that. Give me one of those. I want to have that cool Avatar body that can do all that cool stuff. You know, maybe I want to go on an Avatar planet where I can like experience like purple flowers that fly through the air. You know, and so we're being conditioned and upgraded towards becoming ready and ripe for this agenda of transhumanism to really find a place in our hearts. And I think that there are going to be a lot of people that are going to buy into that crap and say, you know what, transhumanize me. And then there are going to be a lot of pagans that are going to say, no. We are subject to nature, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm not subject to some bloody computer. I'm subject to nature. Put me in a more natural condition. Give me a sword, you know, give me a bow and arrow. That's more where my heart is. And I think some of us are going to go, we're going to end up having to break away from this.
A
So I
literal
think there'll be a
breakaway
civilization.
civilization. Yeah.
I think it's inevitable to some degree. We'll still have technology, but we'll just keep what we need and throw the rest out, like the Mormons do.
It happened before, and it will happen again. I mean, it's funny you mentioned the Mormons. I actually later tonight, second show, well, my own show tonight, I have an ex-Mormon on the show, but you know, the Mormons, the Amish, you know, like all those groups, you could call them breakaway civilizations already. Like, yeah, they kind of exist within the same you know, greater system, if you will, but they have, you know, really created their own collective and split that off from the rest. And look at how they're thriving. I mean, Mormons, I believe, are like some of the most successful people there are, because of that sense of community. Some of the greatest writers, you know, from the for example, the writer from the those stupid girly sparkly vampire books,
Twilight.
yeah, but you know, she's a Mormon, and look at how incredibly successful those books are. Look at how incredibly successful those movies are. I mean, they're incredibly fucking bad, but you know, she knows her audience. Like, so many of the, you know, the greatest writers, or at least the very most successful writers, are Mormons. Why? Because they literally have a whole community backing them. One comes, you know, they bring out a book, they bring out a movie, and they, you know, immediately have a whole collective, a whole community freaking sponsoring them, buying it, watching it, you know. Or the Amish, I heard the other day that with the umpteenth disaster in the States, I read somewhere that they actually went there and started building houses, and like cheap kind of houses. Like they'll build a house for, what is it, 40,000 or something, you know, nothing fancy, but you can live in it. It's structurally sound, and they built like numerous of it already. I believe they built for like 250K worth of houses, so like a few dozen. So it's like, and then of course, like the UN and Red Cross and whoever later comes in is like, well, don't worry, guys, we're here. We'll help you. Oh, but we've already been helped. I see, bastards. Well, here's the bill anyway.
That
So,
won't
like,
make Trump happy.
Yeah. Well, it'll
He
make
wants
the
to go
sponsor.
rebuild those houses for like $100,000 a pop, and they'll
It'll
still
make
be
it-
crappy houses.
Oh yeah, I mean, it'll make
You
the
know,
sponsors happy. It'll make the
on the cheap.
contractor happy.
A
Well-
lot of that can be designated for the Native American site artifacts not buildable on.
Yeah, but the Amish, especially the Amish, have proven that affordable housing, it's not that hard. They can build a full house within a few hours for 40K. 40K worth of materials. That's not a whole lot. Name me one contractor who will build a livable house, decent size, for 40K. He'll charge you 40K just, to come up with the plan of doing it.
Yeah.
It's 40K, and I'll talk to you.
I think it's because they feel ethically bound to do what's honorable. And so they know what their requirements are for living. Like, I need to charge so much to live. So, sure, as a building contractor, I could charge extra money, but I don't need to. So maybe there's something in religion that can help people stay more honest sometimes, but I don't think it's very common.
That's
I
when
think
you
more often than not, people are like, I'm religious on Sundays. Monday, I'm going to take you for everything you got.
yeah, you have those people here in a smaller town called Katwijk. It's a very, very Protestant town, but especially the girls. It's Saturdays in the club and Sundays in the church.
Here's your pound. You know that little.
So, but I want to keep my virginity because that's what God tells me. So take the other hole. That doesn't count.
Oh, at least on paper. Yeah, that's got that proper disco sting all over it, doesn't it?
No, but that's that's
Disgusting.
how it goes. It's indeed Saturdays
Got
in the
that
club, Sundays in church,
disgusting.
and on
You know the
Monday I'll
disco
take
sting?
you for everything you're worth.
Gonorrhea.
Oh,
That disco sting is gonorrhea. But we mentioned it earlier, full circle. James, was it James, was talking about the burning bush, and I was like, burning bush makes me think of gonorrhea. Now we've come full circle back to gonorrhea with the disco sting because it's so disgusting that those Christian girls will take it in the wrong end to remain virgins, which is what a concept. I wonder, like, to me, I think what you're saying is also really on point. It's lovely to see communities of people binding together and helping, filling the gap left by the government,
and all
that
out of a higher morality, not
who's going to
because
come and help California?
well, I don't know. Maybe the Mormons will. Who knows? I mean, that then again, they'll probably need one little something for it. But it's those kind of communities, the more religious communities, indeed, that you're gonna have to depend on, because, and then again, like the scariest word you can ever hear is, "We're from the government and we're here to help you." Yeah, please don't.
The thing about those religious communities, though, is I think one of the reasons that they tend to work so efficiently is that there's not really a lot of ideological clashing happening. Everybody kind of is on the same page. Everybody has the kind of spiritual, they're kind of aimed in the same spiritual direction. But I think that, what that makes me think, though, is that if we are going to be a more harmonious civilization, does that mean that we have to all think and act a certain specific way? because I think one of the reasons that it is difficult for those kind of communities to form when humans are such a mass scale is because we have diametrically opposing worldviews. You know, certain people's religious beliefs, they clash with other people. You've got people who are very religious. You got people who are very materialist with different needs, and they're all kind of like fighting amongst each other. And that suggests that either we all kind of just form our own sort of individual tribes, or we all just kind of have the same ideological worldview, which absolutely terrifies me because that's basically totalitarianism.
Bro, that's already happening.
So I don't know, because I do think we need more harmony in society. We need more cohesion, but I think we have to also do it in a way where there's a sense of flexibility for different worldviews. I think maybe what we need is instead is like a humility in regards to the fact that, you know, we don't know the nature of reality. I think when you start to view life as a mystery and you come at the point of view that I don't really know what's going on, you have a lot more patience with people who have different points of view than you. Whereas if you're somebody who thinks, oh, I got all the answers, I have everything figured out, I'm right, everyone else is wrong, you're gonna have a lot less patience for dealing with people. So it's not that I'm trying to like shit on your idea. Like, I think it's, you know, it's really cool. Bro, I'm just skeptical if it's gonna work or not.
I get you, and you know, especially the thing with, you know, diametrically opposed views, and you know, a whole different worldview, and you know, different religion, God, spirituality, whatever. But that's already happening. Like, look at this roundtable. There are, you know, at least on screen, the ones actively on screen participating. You know, that's, you know, the chat is just a whole other example. But there are 5 different people here. And, you know, 5 different, you know, points of view. We all have our own ideas. We all, you know, have our own way of living. Sure, some things, you know, we may have in common, some ideas we may share with each other, but we are 5 very different kinds of people, yet we are here as one. You know, and also, you know, my tribe is also one of those examples. I've got so many different people in there, not just pagans, Christian, Mithras, like fucking you name it. People who are new, people who have walked the path for ages. You know, old heads, new heads, jugheads, everything. All because, you know, we have one shared goal at the very least, or like one shared view, which is that the system in which we are living isn't working for us. So we're gonna try and find a place that does work for us, or at least where we can, you know, be ourselves. And it doesn't have to be, you know, full of people believing the same thing, because that's when you get dogma. That's, you know, if you want to do that, go back to church. You know, if you all want people, you know, noses pointed in the same direction, everybody says the same thing, that's church. That's not what we're about, most of us, at least. You know, so go ahead, man. I have to leave soon anyway. I got my own show in like a couple minutes.
Well, I was just saying, I think that's so on point. You know, it's very interesting how the moment you get a group of people all believing the same thing, well, the problem that you get from that is that we now have to fight to protect our belief. Where if you've got a group of people that are not together because of their belief, specifically, like, okay, I believe this and I believe that. Well, I believe in that God, and I believe in this one. I believe in that one. I believe in this. I believe in this practice. No, I believe in this practice. Like in that sort of closed net Mormon tradition, there's like, this is what you do. If you stray from that, you're not part of our clique anymore. It's a very cliquey crabs, you know, and I think crabs, they all got to sit around and click their clicks together. They're very cliquey. If you're not clicking the same click as us, then get away, kind of thing, you know?
And it's also the crabs in the bucket. You know, one crab is trying to climb his way out of the bucket, and it's like, the hell you are, get back here. How dare you think outside of the bucket? How dare you think outside of the norm? Like, crabs are such a good example for that.
Do they actually do that?
I believe so.
Wow. So telling, eh?
Yeah. But, coming together on a, like, even when we are very different people, like, yeah, I have ideas and, certain beliefs perhaps in common with you, with all of you. But I definitely don't believe all of the same things where, I believe in very different things. I can find myself in some of the ideas of, our Franklin. I can find myself in some of the ideas of Indie or Cosmic or Shinobi or like whoever is in chat. I can agree on certain things, but on other things, I disagree, or I see it in a different light. I see it from a different perspective. Yet here we all are on the round table in the same space, the same online space, openly discussing and debating these ideas because we can, because the openness is there, because the freedom is there. So a very eclectic group of people all coming together because we have the same goal, the same end goal, and that is, well, to better ourselves at the very least. But folks, I gotta go. I got my own show. I'll be back next week.
Well,
I think I've got too much shit going on.
well, thank you for joining us, dear brother, and everybody. Make sure you check out his channel. He's got a lot of interesting interviews. A lot. I mean, a lot. He's
yeah.
got more content on his channel than Bush Whisperer's got content. That's quite a lot of content.
I'm up to at the very least 100 plus episodes, and I believe I have stuff scheduled until
They're long episodes.
March, I think, and some bonus material here and there. I've been doing weekly live streams with Zaralath as well. So yeah, a lot. I already have a lot of things coming. Very, very different people. Sometimes people with ideas that I can find myself in, and some ideas, and I'm like, it is that I'm all about free speech, but I don't know, man. But yeah, thanks for having me. It's always good to be on, and as I said, I will be back next week, regardless of what the topic is, because it's always awesome to be here.
Awesome.
Well, thank you, dear brother, and good luck on your interview. And
Yes, thank you. Too much
have an
go
absolutely
tonight.
crazy, awesome weekend.
Thank
Big
you.
love,
You
man.
too. Big love.
Yeah, very
Honored to have
Take it
you.
easy, man.
Yeah, it's very interesting how this idea that we're coming up here, and people might think, well, this isn't really on topic, but I think this is exactly on topic. I think it's that open-minded, embracive thing which involves nature, because nature is an open-minded, expansive thing that you've got to be open-minded to nature or you miss her. And that closed-minded, I'm in charge, I know it all, contradicts nature in a sense. And so we've become so brainwashed by our own ignorance that we think that our ignorance and our lack of true knowledge being supplanted by all these crazy belief systems that we believe emphatically to the point where we will socially oust or attack people who don't agree with our ideas, which is a very common human trait. I think is it something we've inherited from the past, religion. Yeah. Because religion's worn an ugly face. Religion in modern times doesn't necessarily wear an ugly face, right? But if we're honest and we go back in the past and we look at like, where did Christianity come from, right? It came from something nasty. That's one nasty cup of ass tea, brothers and sisters. Do you know what I mean? The jackass penguin relieved himself in your teacup. So my little boy calls it apple spray because it looks like little apple spray. But yeah, I think that that's like a big thing on in social constructing our social narrative and our belief system. And we need to be trapped within a particular social construct in order to be able to go through with what we go through with. For example, foie gras. You guys know foie gras? Like what they do to these ducks, man. It's inhumane. Right? They strap them into machines and they push force feeders down their throats because it makes more money. Right? And they pump food into the stomach of this duck to the point that the organs start to burst. Yeah? Because those organs get big. And then they can... So they're obviously pumping high fat food into these creatures to make the organs expand to the point, and they want to maximize that. They want to get that thing as close to bursting as possible, and some of them will pop, you know. So it's like it's inhumane practices that we do, and we just sort of say, oh well, it's food.
Yeah, it's so interesting how in farming there's such a distinction between meat farming and like egg or milk farming. And you like can't even name the animal when you're farming it for meat, and it's just so heartless. And so they're willing to do these things that are like so inhumane and poison these animals and torture them and things. It's sad.
And I mean, I just think that it's an attitude that's being implanted into us by the corporations. So like on a holistic level, if we are eating animals that have been badly treated, like for example, chickens, factory chickens, right? So they have to chop off their beaks when they're babies, right? Because these chickens are living in such a bad situation that they actually go insane. And the insanity causes the chickens to want to peck each other till they're not alive anymore. Because they're crazy. They're in a crowded area, crammed into this battery, losing their mind. So the solution is, oh, well, they're pecking each other to like the point where they're not alive. Oh, remove the beaks. They don't need them. We don't eat them. Solution. Done. Now these poor crazy things can't even peck each other to that point because they don't have beaks anymore. So this is like what they do. This is the solutions that people come up with, which if you think about it, it's barbaric. Take a baby little chick and remove its beak. What does that do psychologically to that creature? And then the psychology of that creature is then reflected in the hormones that creature is going to experience, its emotional body. And this is going to affect its genetics, its DNA, right? Like it's going to adapt accordingly. And so now that meat becomes toxic and poisoned by the hormones of that creature. The same for any creature. Like if you treat a creature badly, it's like if one's eating game, that's one thing, right? Because there's a natural animal that's lived a natural life. And it doesn't have any weird hormones of having suffered from the day that it was a baby all the way to, you know, living in a little cage or something. And I think that what we are allowing to be done in our name is inhumane. And that the reason it is inhumane is literally they want to humanize us. So they force us to become party to an inhumane practice. And because we're party to an inhumane practice, we then allow ourselves to be dehumanized to the point where we can be transhumanized. And then, of course, we now need to feel bad because we've destroyed the world, like man on the streets. So it's okay for eugenics to then come into the picture because we're such an evil bunch of people. Look at what we've done to the world. Look at what we've done to animals. Even though we don't really have a say, we do. We choose our reality. We choose our consciousness. We choose everything. But we're choosing to allow a certain group of people to be in charge. And we're choosing to allow them to administrate on our behalf with huge super corporations that do these narcissistic, ugly things. Like the same, like what you were talking about with the water, right? That's a big part of the biosphere. What about the water in the UK? What are they doing? You've done a bit of research into this, haven't you?
Yeah, so I've got some stuff to say about that actually, because can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
So, can you hear me all right? Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
If you wipe your camera, I think it might be less smudgy. And if you sit a little closer to the screen, a little bit closer to the screen, then you might find your mic will be better.
There you go. This is the kid's iPad, so of course the camera's going to be covered in whatever. Okay. Yeah. So recently, I've heard in America that is it Stargate project? I think Elon Musk and Trump's new venture, and they're working with Oracle, and Southern Water, who are the local water company here in the southeast of England. They have a plan for 2050, which is called Water Futures to 2050. And in that, it was written by somebody from Oracle. And in that document, it says everyone and everything will be encoded. Everything will be fully trackable and traceable. And that there'll be swarms of autonomous drones flying around. So I found a document a while ago about our local water company working with Oracle and an American company. And then recently in the news, there's Project Stargate, which is involved with Oracle as well. And then Keir Starmer, our Prime Minister, has said last week, I think, that he's going to fast track AI into the veins of the UK. And then we have that fog with these bits in the air. And it's like, are these nanoparticles? Is that what he means? We're fast tracking AI into the veins of us here in the UK and us becoming fully trackable and traceable. It's all connected. If you look at the plans for the future, like obviously 2030 agenda and stuff like that, not a lot of people look into that, but like we know what the plan is, so we can see the steps that they're taking to trickle or like drip feed this technocracy, basically, this AI takeover, or this new god. AI will be the new god, I think. Elon Musk has been going on about how their temple, or where they're building the AI, is called Memphis, which is obviously temple in Egypt. And then he's also said that oh god, he's saying some crazy stuff, basically. Obviously the age of Aquarius, we're entering a new age supposedly, and every age has a new predominant religion. And I think that they're trying to bring in AI as the religion for this epoch. And you can see it on the dollar bill with the AI. The pyramid is the A, and then the I is at the top. And it says, "In God we trust." And it does seem like behind everything is there's a unhumanness. There's a kind of machine-like thing propelling humanity. It doesn't seem humane what's going on at all. And I think it's being governed by something which isn't human. And it ties in with the shots and everything that's been going on in the past few years, trying to make us into empty vessels so that we can be filled by other entities, I think. That's why they're trying to dehumanize us, so we become less human, more machine-like, more artificial, so we can be filled with artificial intelligence, basically become empty shells to be filled with other entities. And then the people at the top of the pyramid, they get rich. They get because they know how to control this realm. They know how to control reality via the monetary system and music and frequency, and they're being governed by other beings, I think. Also, I just want to quickly say that earlier you were talking about curiosity and stuff. So I think another name for Christ was curious. And
I think Pan, the Greek god Pan, died at the same time or a very similar time as Christ did. Pan, it was 15 to 40 AD, and Christ was crucified at 33 AD, supposedly, you know. But what these two have in common is that nature is curious, whereas what we're in now, the mechanical, is more chronological, more linear, more masculine, line, square, box. Whereas Pan, the all, like nature, would have been more curved or sphere. And it was the Romans that killed Christ, be that consciousness, a real person. I think it could be both, but I'll stick with consciousness. That since then our consciousness has gone down, and they've been building roads, like straight lines through forests and stuff. And yeah, I think that Pan, or nature, was cast out of heaven, cast out of our mind then as well. And since then there's been a kind of mechanical, I wouldn't call it a wheel, it's more of a mechanical wheel. It's not going round, it's chugging along, and people are just watching idly, really.
Yeah,
I think. Please do.
I just wanted to mention quickly. I'm glad that you mentioned Memphis. I want to mention that etymologically, Egypt comes from the Greek word for Memphis, Hagiptos, where we get Egypt. Come on, Franklin.
Yeah, I think that's like, there's a lot there to unpack, and I do think that there's something to be said about when you're comparing the AI to this mist, and it's sort of like this, we are being pushed into a corner, as it were, with things that are out of our control. And the more and more we're being pushed into this corner, the more and more they are also going to use everything that happens as an excuse. Like, well, this wouldn't happen. Car accidents, they wouldn't happen if AI was driving, right? Airplane problems wouldn't happen if AI was in charge. Police brutality against people, AI wouldn't do that, right? And so you can tick off the lists like, well, if AI was in charge of our water systems, they would be better. Human error wouldn't exist. Everything would be done exactly by the book. So I think this mist could be something that could be used, and there could literally be more to what's in the mist as well. There could be multiple layers of what we're discussing here happening, because we know that nanotechnology is a real thing. It's no longer something we can speak about in terms of fantasy. There's enough actual patents out there that have been tested and worked that there could be more going on with the mist. And so there's definitely a reaction to humans geoengineering nature. If AI was geoengineering nature instead of humans, wouldn't it be so much better? You see? So, like, I think this is where they want us to go. They want us to stop having faith in each other.
Yeah,
We must lose all faith in humans. Humans are just mistake machines. Is that cosmic?
It sort of reminds me of Saturnalia. I think what they did was the slaves would become like the wealthy for a day, and then afterwards, when the slaves have behaved really badly, the wealthy go, "Oh, see how the slaves behave when we unchain them." And to me, that's what's been happening. They've been force feeding people via advertising, buy this, consume that, sex, drugs, rock and roll. And now they're like, "Hey, what are you doing? We can't be doing this." It's like, well, that's the signal you've been putting out. And it sort of reminds me of what's happened recently with the elections in America and the left and right. For ages, they've been pushing the kind of woke mentality and climate change under a dodgy lens, because we do need to take care of the planet, but the way they've been pushing it is kind of making people sort of think it's all bollocks. So and I think that's done on purpose, because now they've got a lot of people, or enough people on the right, who are like, oh yeah, these woke people, and yeah, fuck the planet and stuff. And then now they can continue with their plan. So it's kind of they push one way and pull the other. Like moving the Overton window, I think it's called.
Yeah, they're definitely cajoling us. Like that's what you do with animals to get them into a kraal, don't you?
Right.
You know,
Yeah. This is
chase
why
them one way, chase them the other way. You chase them that way, you chase them that way, you chase them that way, and they end up going where you want them. Like on a physical level, right? That's how you move animals. It's sort of like how you drive a car, in a sense, like how you sail a boat when you're tacking with the wind. No, you catch the crosswind and you use it to navigate. And I do think that this is also like this. I think it's rather fundamental when we start to like look at this in terms of our human evolution. And I use the word evolution not in the way that evolutionists use the word. I use the word evolution as the word evolution means. In other words, it's not like, the conventional ideas of evolution. I just believe that everything does tend to evolve, but I don't think this evolution that we're experiencing is a natural one. I think it's all being driven. Like, we've all just been taught to accept and understand that society moves really fast and changes. But when we look at it, the taste in clothes that we wear, that's not natural. It's been driven by advertising companies for a long time. The taste in food that we eat, the choices of food that we eat, it's all demographics that's done by advertising companies and companies that are basically teaching corporations how to make more money out of us. And so they popularize some kind of food, right? By making huge agendas and advertising campaigns against humans so that we'll start eating it. Like tortilla chips, for example, right? Wasn't a part of people's food, but now any shop you go into will have Doritos, right? So they want us eating that GMO corn. Why? Well, they were growing it to feed cattle, and they thought, well, let's give it to the humans. It's doing a good job of making the cattle sick. Think of what money we're going to make with pharmaceuticals, So it's a win-win. We invest our profits into pharmaceuticals. We make money selling the GMO corn, and then we make money on the profits of the pharmaceuticals selling medicine to fix that. So we know exactly where to invest our money. R&D for drugs that fix the damage done by GMO corn. Ding! Big money. So, that this is really where we're living. And I think this financial system that we've got is really, really at the heart, like fine ants, fine. So it's really not fine, right? And it's really based on being fined, right? And it's becoming like, especially in modern times, to be like really how can I put it? A deceitful and dishonest mechanism where our politicians and corporations and just they're more lies than what there are truths. So we've been joined by dear brother Chris. It's been a while since we've had you in the house. It's an honor to have you back, dear brother Chris.
I know. How
Chris
are you guys?
is from Cali. He's a podcaster.
Not originally.
No.
Yeah,
but he's a survivor. He survived the fire.
From New Jersey originally. So
sweet brother.
Distinction has to be made.
Yeah, no, I get you. Cali is a different like breed of people, isn't it? It's
absolutely, totally. It's completely opposite, I would say. How you guys been,
Well-
man?
Well, dear brother Chris is comes from Steiner philosophies and different occult therapeutic systems. He's a film person. He works with movies and he's open-minded. He's done a lot of research and he podcasts with another lady. He does a few podcasts. He's starting his own podcast. We're gonna have to get his channel up and running. He's just figuring out the
Trying to get it
branding.
going.
branding,
Yeah.
but he's on it. Welcome, dear brother. It's an honor to have you. Thank you for joining us, man.
Thank you for having me, guys. I was listening to what you all were saying. Continue. Don't let me interrupt.
Please add to it if you've got anything that's on your mind, if you feel.
I will in a minute, I think. Let me
Sweet.
let me get a little settled.
I was gonna,
Sweet. Ever since you moved it an hour earlier, man, it's been like I'm like, oh, I gotta get on. So it's like trying to adjust for you.
Cool means. Glad to have you here.
Yeah.
I was going to respond to Franklin and say that, yeah, like I want to ask you this question, though, having heard what you just said about all the corruption and our authorities and the elite. What better way could there be to push the collective towards building a new system by providing such a failing system that we have now?
That's what the whole eugenics, transhumanism is all about, isn't it?
Oh God. Well,
Is that not what this is all about? They want a new system, literally a new physical system, a new neurological system, a new financial system, a new social system, a new governance system. And guess what controls it all? We're not worthy, the God of AI.
Okay.
And AI is 19. Is that right? I is the letter 9. 1, A is 1. And so the 1 and the 9 adds up to 10, brings us back to 1. But when you put them next to each other, it spells the number 19, which is the sun. Who used to worship the sun? What were we talking about a minute ago? Egypt?
Yeah.
And 1 and 9 is 10, which is Eps as well. Eps is also 24, which could be a 6 too. And they love the number 6 as well. But yeah, with AI being 19, if you look at the Aleph and Tet, which is the 1st and 9th Hebrew letters, the Tet, the number 9, is very interesting because one of the glyphs is a snake wearing a crown. So Tet is a paradoxical number because it can either be a snake wearing a crown or bowing down to a crown. And I can see that humanity at the moment is at a crossroads. We can either, because we're the snake, we can either bow down to the crown or the overlords, or we can be sovereign and wear our crown. So I think it's very interesting that this year is number 9 and it's a wood snake. And I've been seeing a lot of magenta and green, and you mix those colors and you get the color of the year, which is brown. And obviously it's a wood snake this year, and wood is brown as well. And brown is quite a grounding color, I think. Yeah, I think we're at a critical moment, especially this year, like a crossroads. And I think people need to remember that.
Yeah, and wood being like a really good blessing of prosperity, being stability and growth, and then with the snake we have wisdom. So the wisdom coming into that stability and growth is like a really good foretelling of a good coming year.
Yeah, and that's also very relevant. You talk about Tet there. And then looking at the 19, right? So the 19 represents the sun, right? It's like literally, if you look at gold, like what number are we coming up with when we look at gold in the periodic table? What is it? Is it atomic number 19? Is that right? I believe 19 should be. Should makes sense. I'd be shocked if it isn't.
I think it's 50.
So
What is it?
well, one of the important numbers is 19. But when we look at the 19th letter of the Hebrew, Paleo-Hebrew 22 archetypes, that is Kof. And Kof represents the back of the head,
Potassium.
right? And the back of the head is where you get programmed, right? Like it's your unconscious, relates to obviously like Piscean energy, unconscious energy, where you can be manipulated and moved, like we were talking about earlier, cajoling the animals left and right, left and right. So when we look at that cough represents the unconscious. The AI is there to reprogram our unconscious by changing the conscious world that we get to live in. And I think that the unconscious is continually being programmed by reality. This is something that we take for granted. We know that a ritual can change our unconscious, right? We know this because it's why we do them. But we don't realize how every day is a series of rituals, right? Going to a restaurant, ordering food, that's a ritual. Paying for your food, that's a ritual. Going to the doctor afterwards because you ate that food, that's a ritual too. Do you know what I mean? Like getting a diagnosis, getting that diagnosis of the knowledge you wish you didn't get from a doctor is also part of the ritual of eating in the MCDON duck face without features kind of restaurants. So like that's just food. And then there's all the other rituals, right? The rituals that we live by. And so if you need to get permission to travel to another country, that's a ritual you got to go through. If you need permission to travel out of your city, oh yeah, baby, that's coming. That's another thing. If you need if you need permission to travel out of your own suburb, oh, AI can sort that out. It'll be an app on your phone. Like literally, your phone will turn off. What? Your phone will turn off? Well, that's because they'll remove the street signs because you don't need street signs anymore because the AI tells you where you are. You're lost. Without the AI, you're lost. You're traveling out into the city, you're lost. You don't know where you are. You don't know where anything is. You don't know where anyone is. This is the kind of future they want. This is what these smart cities are all about.
They already have
AI.
the driverless cars out here. They're everywhere.
That's so weird.
Yeah, and they just circle. It's like they're mapping everything too while they're doing it. It's just mapping, circle, even when no one's taking them.
You know, to get this into a more occult direction, I've been thinking about AI because the way I kind of formulate things in my system, with everything in the physical has a kind of an astral or a spiritual reflection. So I'm thinking about in terms of like egregoric like forces. Like, do you think that this AI that's emerging, do you think what kind of like deity or deities do you think it's sort of the representative of, if you will, the ambassador to what kind of like what do you think the deeper occult nature of what this AI, because it seems like even if it is this sort of mechanical, you know, something is speaking through it. It may not be human. It may not even be the artificial intelligence itself, but the artificial intelligence might be a kind of a conceptual gateway for some kind of like entity or God form to interact, you know, with our world. Because like if you kind of look at like any kind of synchronicity, you know, spirits can communicate with us in any which way using technology, using nature, using just, you know, thoughts in our head and dreams. And I think that AI is not necessarily an exception to that rule. I'm just kind of curious. I guess this is kind of an all play sort of card here. So anybody can answer this question. I'm just kind of curious, like, what do you think are what entity is this artificial intelligence channeling? That's the question I want to pose to the group.
My thought is this. Immediately when you ask me that, I think about Rudolf Steiner and the eighth sphere as like being central to anthroposophy. Also, Madame Blavatsky, the eighth sphere is also being central to that. So it seems to me that there's definitely some kind of a relation here, and the idea is that all of those beings that were behind creating this civilization, the way that we're living in, are trapped there, and they can't get access to the earth, like what we call the beast, right? And all of those possessions and all of those evil emotions and all of that kind of story, those kind of words in our egregoric history goes back to these beings that were trapped there. And so I think this is like a really interesting question, Cosmic. I think there's a very powerful correlation between those beings that want to shape the world. You see, if humans can be drawn out of, if the humanity can be drawn out of humans, then we can become spiritual sustenance to beings and other dimensional states. If we can lose our ethics, our integrity, and our honor, and stop doing what is natural and healthy for the life principle to thrive, and we become destructive towards the life principle, which is what we're becoming, whether we know it or not. Even in ignorance, we're doing it. If we're supporting Coca-Cola, we're doing it, right? If we're supporting certain big businesses that are doing harm, we are part of the problem. Even if we don't have a choice to do it, we're still part of a problem, even if we don't have a choice. A lot of poor people don't have an option. They have to support battery farms for chicken eggs because they can't afford anything else. You with me? So it's not that the people are bad people, but they're being drawn in, and the system has locked them into a particular. And so the system has forced us all to compromise our spiritual ethics and values in order to subsist and survive in a world that is becoming more and more materialistic and is losing respect for nature, losing respect for life faster than we can say. And there's definitely this connection with the beings from the eighth sphere, in my opinion. I've often considered just exactly my experience of beings that aren't physical is they can interact with technology very easily. So they can interact with an AI system very easily. And this whole idea of oh my gosh, did you guys see the advertisement for, I haven't had time to validate it and check it if it's real, about cryogenics? Have any of you guys come across this, curiously?
Is it the one with the head removal?
I know people have been frozen and preparing to be unfrozen. They don't have the technology to unfreeze them yet, I don't think. As far as I know.
Is it the advertisement with the head removal where they take the guy's head off and they put it back on? Or is this a different one?
No, it's just that apparently they've done it. They can do cryogenics now safely.
Oh,
I don't know if it's real.
I didn't see
like
that.
My son's mother came freaking out looking at this, and I was like, oh gosh, this bloody propaganda. I don't know. I can't even be bothered to even look into it or research it. It's probably BS. But whether it's BS or whether it's propaganda, it says it all. Yeah. Oh, how was the other propaganda? They advertised that there was a nuclear power generator, portable, that you could carry around and put in your house the size of a box.
The egg. It was an egg. It was an egg.
Yeah, it was an egg.
Yeah.
This portable egg is going to power your home for 10 years. It looked pretty damn realistic as an ad. It turns out it was a hoax. Who does these hoax and what's the purpose behind them? It's not just like, ha, 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 let's spend a lot of money doing a top-end advertisement and get a lot of like actors to come in and pay their money and pay film crews just for ha, ha, ha. There's more to it.
That was part of like the Amalantra ritual, like workings that Crowley was doing, and we're still in the anniversary of it. I feel like it's all part of this. That's why just right after that, now we just had the UFO thing with the egg. the egg UFO that they said they found. So then you had the egg nuclear reactor. It's all related to the Lema and the OTO. Because it's like the egg of manifestation.
So cryogenics is currently available in the US and in Russia, by the way. So you can get yourself frozen. And what this ad was talking about was how this is going to revolutionize old people. The whole thing was like, hey, old people, we've got a solution. We can freeze you, and we've gotten really good at this. It's safe now, and we can put you on ice. Right? Till when we've like figured out how to conquer old age and all the diseases and stuff, and then we'll bring you back. And like this is
I haven't figured out how to unfreeze anybody though, and they think that the problem is because of the freezing and unthawing of the brain tissue causing damage. Until they overcome that problem, they're not gonna be able to unfreeze people properly. But by freezing them, it might be too late. The way they're doing it now.
Well, it's available to CI members. Human cryostasis. It's available and it's happening. That's my point. It's like there are people being frozen. It's actually it's happening. There are people paying money to do this.
Oh my God.
And so could it be a great way to get rid of all the older people? Like maybe it's all just a lie. Maybe it's part of their drop the population plan, right?
Well,
Trick everybody like, oh, we'll put you in cryostasis. Don't worry, we're going to figure out those details. We've got years.
What
We'll figure that out.
do?
Knowing that they're never even going to invest the money into figuring it out because they don't want to figure it out. They just want they want millions and millions and billions of people frozen and just say like, oh, well, we can't do it. Pull the plug. You know? And then who owns those bodies? How does that work? Is it proprietary ownership of the material? Can it be recycled for food? I'm just thinking out of the box. Sorry if you're eating.
There's these movies where they fly people to like a safe planet or something, but it's all just like a whole facade, and they're really just gonna blow up the ship and they're gonna take the planet back. I think that's kind of a really good analogy for a lot of the stuff they're trying to do to try to poison the collective and weaken them and just get them to go off and die and give them these vaccines and whatever. Get rid of the old people.
So like this is just how disconnected we are from nature. Like our idea is that we're going to freeze our bodies and wait until there's a medical cure. I mean, how nutcrackers must somebody be to think this through as a plan? Like, what level of insanity does it take to be that disconnected from nature as being like, just think like, well, like, did you think through what consciousness is? Like, where are you going to be? Did you think that through? Oh, what do you mean, where will I be? Well, where will you be? Will you just be there like this? Like, is that how you want to spend the rest of your life? Or will you be elsewhere in a maybe like more crazy situation? Like what are the options? You know? Will you be tethered to this body, stuck, unable to move on, like a disembodied spirit?
yeah,
Will
I've
that
been
make you
thinking
crazy?
I've been
Yeah?
thinking recently that maybe lots of these spirits and stuff are people from another civilization, like a different age, where they've tried to upload their consciousness and they've been detached from their spirit, and their spirit's trapped here. And maybe perhaps this is what these phenomenon are.
Like they're trying to
Spirits which
warn us.
they can't transcend this. They're stuck circling in this realm.
Yeah, trying to warn us, maybe.
That's interesting. Because
That adds up with anthroposophy and the idea of the eighth sphere. That there were beings that were basically evolving in a different direction to our evolution, and they got stuck, and they're being left behind, and they're desperate. They're desperately trying to get energy to stay existing, because if they lose that little, if they go past a certain threshold of energy, they become disintegrated into like tiny things, and they go back to being amoeba again and stuff, and their consciousness does that fracturing and becomes lots of separate little amoebas. And it could take them billions of years, like if they can even evolve back to the point, because they won't ever get back to where they were, because there'll be something new in the future. So it's a scary thought that this is one thing that those Christian people seem to get right. Like, can you lose your soul? I reckon you can. When you
And I
detach
think
from nature.
also, sorry, go on.
I was just saying, when you detach from nature to the point that you stop recognizing the living principle, I think you can lose your soul.
No, I was just going to say that if you're thinking about the whole transhumanism narrative, it actually holds a lot of similar parallels to kind of the Christian rapture. I know I've heard people saying that basically the AI singularity is basically the rapture for nerds. Because if you think about it, it's like, in some Christian contexts, I know this is true for Calvinism. Not all Christians think that you go to hell when you die. Some Christians, they're more like determinists, and they will basically say that God just basically like incinerates your soul because you're not worthy. So in that same kind of lane, atheists, materialist type people think that, if you die, it's just going to be that's it. But if you can upload your consciousness to a robot, you can live forever. That's kind of the same, and it's that same kind of like that rapture mentality of, if you go along with this program that we've sold to you, we're going to save your soul from oblivion, essentially. And so I think that's kind of why there is this sort of this crazy draw towards, freezing yourself and implanting chips in your brains and doing all this stuff. It's the same kind of insanity you see when you hear these Muslim suicide bombers who will, kill themselves, kill a bunch of people and commit suicide because they think that they're going to be united with 72 virgins in heaven. And I think in that same kind of light, there's that same kind of religious fanaticism, that same kind of desperation to get to that kind of that heaven. Only in this case, heaven becomes a kind of a virtual reality as opposed to a celestial plane. What I think is I'm kind of starting to realize lately about materialism is that it holds a lot more parallels to religion than I initially even thought. There's actually a lot more like this kind of like undercurrents of sort of this dark mysticism that kind of lie within it. Like, I've been thinking about because I think like a lot of materialists are like unconsciously panpsychist, and that's why they're able to kind of see, they say, oh, I think that the life has meaningful even though there's no God, because I think on some level they unconsciously still have that connection. Like, we're still tethered at that unconscious level, but I think that gives us a kind of a sense of complacency where we're like, oh, we don't need to connect any deeper because we already think we have it. But I think when it comes to, connecting to nature, I think also being connected to nature is also recognizing that things are never going to be totally perfect. They can be good and they can be improved, but they're never totally perfect. We're all flawed. We all have our issues. Nature has flaws, but that in some ways makes me feel more connected to nature, because it's like, you know what, I'm flawed, but nature is flawed too. And in that, we're flawed together. Whereas with religion is all about taking nature and forcing it to be perfect. No, I have this idea of a perfect world where everything fits perfectly to the way I decided, and there's no flaws whatsoever. And then they get really frustrated when they can't achieve that perfection. And so they try to double down on making it more perfect, but then they just make things even more chaotic and even worse. So yeah.
I reckon that doubling down is a thing. Sorry, please continue.
I was going to say, and that's materialism. I mean, that's scientism. That's exactly what you described. It is a religion, 100%.
They won't say it's a religion, but it is. If you just kind of connect the
Absolutely,
dots.
and it's a religion based in fear of death.
Which is very much central to, sadly, the way the idea of the Christian religion is promoted. You'll burn in hell unless, that's how they sell it. Mexico asks like a really interesting question about the connection between our shadow and AI. What if AI as our own shadow self, or like an evil stepmother in our story? Who is this character? And I think there's something interesting, because
Well, it will be with the digital doubles, the digital twins. It's going to be like a shadow.
exactly, I think that our shadow exists because of a rift that's happened in history. That's why we are disconnected. That's why we're not integrated, healthy, and whole, because our shadow should be a part of who we are instead of denied and repressed and suppressed. So maybe the whole reason that this suppression and denial happens is because there's a rift in human history, which is really long ago, which we still tell stories about the giants and these beings, and who these beings were that were like so instrumental in creating our civilization and controlling us. And so we've always felt we needed to be controlled. We've always felt we needed to be told what to do, because it's been drummed into us. And when those beings disappeared, others of our own collective said, hey, there's a gap. I'm going to jump into the seat and put a crown on my head. Yeah, I'll be that person from now on. Look, I've got their bloodline. Blue blood, that's me. So, and then the blue bloods were like, they're onto us, guys. We need to get more clever. We need to get more clever. So they got more clever, and they were like, you're free. Just sign on the document there, please. We got your signature. Yeah. Put him in court, So I think that this goes way back, and I think it is those beings that are in the eighth sphere that are responsible for this division within our shadow coming into being. So I think like Mexico is really onto something there, because it's because of our shadow they can influence us. And so they go out of their way to help us repress things. They can communicate with us. They can put thoughts in our heads. We used to have these wonderful paintings with the guy on the right and the guy on the left, little devil and the little angel whispering in the ear, So, there's definitely this. Like when I drowned, I didn't just drown by accident. I was told to do it. There was a voice. There was a little bugger having a conversation with me. When I stuck my fingers in the plugs when I was a little boy, something was saying to me, hey, dude, try this. I was like, no, it's dangerous. They said, no, they lied to you. Why would it be dangerous? Come on, try it. So, you know what I'm saying? Like there are beings that can communicate with us and try and influence us to do things. And so where do all these barbaric practices with children and, weird sexuality and all these weird, like sociopathic things that we see on Earth come from? I don't think they just naturally, people thought, I know, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something like grievous, I think what happens is people get like offered a little bit more, like try this, it's more of a hit. Try that, it's more of a hit. It's like an addiction, like drugs. And so we get led down the garden path to becoming less humane. And so that is our shadow. I think when we become more humane, our shadow gets absorbed into us, and we no longer have to repress our feelings because we are on a journey towards becoming whole, instead of on a journey to find a hole, like most men are, right? There's no new concept of the word holy.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you mentioned that with the. There was just a book that I had heard about where a child had the same experiences you were just discussing with the, like putting your finger in the socket, like and hearing basically something tell you to do that was separate, like a trickster basically. Seems to be more common than people are aware of. But as to back to the shadow and the AI and the eighth sphere, it's interesting how Steiner said the eighth sphere was always here, which means that the AI had to also, in a way, always be here. And it doesn't have to mean necessarily even ancient AI. It could just be like the way what the AI is actually operating on. And I mean, everything's operating through light ultimately. So when you start to think of it like that, it was always here in a way, this informational, communicational type of system operating through frequency.
Yeah,
They
we were
would have
talking.
had quantum and computing.
Yeah. And
They would have had quantum computing for their navigation systems to bring them here from another system.
yeah, it just probably looks like something, I'm assuming, like more like different, probably something we wouldn't even recognize.
Yeah. Someone was going to say something. I don't know. I heard
Yeah,
it
we
was.
were talking about earlier about how this system doesn't seem like it's going to last. It's crashing system of industrialized mechanization. This is not coming into balance with the natural environment. I personally feel like technology is a gift that was given to us by Mother Nature to overcome a hurdle. And we overcome that hurdle, it's going to be casting off of that gift. That we're going to be able to come into our own without that technology by our side. But I think we were put into a place where it was a challenging transition from whatever environment we were in, whether that was alongside the gods and they casted us out, or whether maybe we had somewhat of an aquatic ancestry living in the ocean, and then that ended for some reason. Maybe the ice age came, it was too cold to be at sea. Whatever that may have been, there was an ancestral trauma, and we've got this technology now to keep us comfortable, and those comforts are inviting, but they are weakening too. But it's only, I think, really here for us to be able to gather up enough strength to overcome this technology. And it's showing that the technology itself is very toxic. So either we're going to create this technology to fuse with the natural environment and integrate with it, or we're going to just cast it off and be able to integrate ourselves with it. What do you guys think?
I've always had this kind of idea, just like as a far off concept, that like, what if computers could be grown like plants? Like we get to a point where we can make a plant that's so intelligent and so sophisticated that it could compute information, and you could essentially kind of like communicate with it and store data. I don't know. I just feel like if we're like, if we really want, like, to me, if I want to figure like a really advanced futuristic civilization, what that would look like, it would be almost as if the technology and nature would seem utterly indistinguishable from each other, but not necessarily like in a creepy HR Giger kind of way where you got like some, dude with like a metal hose, coming from his skull into his abdomen or something like that, or some grotesque imagery. But it's almost like, just thinking about like, nature, and like, what if like instead of computers and robots being like built, what if they were grown? I don't know. It's probably a very far off idea, but in terms of science fiction,
back up from the growing, because then you kind of get just right into transhumanism again and growing like kind of parts in a lab. But if you go back to like the plant idea, that's kind of more like a Steiner type of idea, where it's like basically the closest version of technology. I mean, there are things in nature that act, because everything we have that is technology was based on something biological or natural. The computer was based on like the human system. All cybernetics was based on human or biological systems of life. It's not the other way around, like they always say. Like back in the day, they would compare like, oh, the computer is working like the whatever system in the body, or whatever like colony of ants are operating. That's how the system of in the computer, we're trying to get it to work this way. And then they flipped it. And then they started saying, oh, the brain works like the computer. But really, they modeled the whole thing off us and off the animals and off these natural systems.
Yeah, you'll always hear people in the science world talking about how biology is just really advanced physics, but you never hear them say physics is really simplified biology. I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there.
And if you go back in like the early cybernetics, they are saying like the stuff they're doing is really like is basically biology. They're trying to mimic biological systems and natural systems.
I think that's like really important for us to realize and recognize, and that they are trying desperately to recreate the human body. That seems to be what it's all about. They're trying to recreate the human mind, the human consciousness. They're trying to recreate the body. They're trying to make fake humans.
Yes.
And that's what all these bots are online, fake humans, pretending to be like people with social. So they had to invent social networking to be able to make us interact with fake humans so that they could test it and see what can they do. Now they're trying to build robots that are more human so that we can like relate to them on a more human level. And maybe one day they'll be able to make robots that fool us into believing that they are humans. And like you say, like biology. So who was it? There was a scientist that was able to upload source code, upload code onto human DNA, and it was saved there, and then able to download it back.
They're doing it now for a while. More and more people. Yeah, more and more scientists now. I don't know who the original one was, but they're still trying to. It's in the news if you probably even search it.
Yeah, you can upload the whole human genome onto a crystal as well. I think they've been able to do.
Well, it seems like they want to use, if they're not already, using human DNA as like storage too.
Yeah. That's it was first successfully done in the 80s, I believe. Like successfully done to the point where they were able to upload it onto a human DNA and then download it back from the DNA onto the computer and open the files.
Yeah.
Which is like, that's when they realized. And so we've got all this junk DNA. Like, what is going on there?
Yeah.
Most of our DNA is junk DNA. This is what they want us to believe. So like, this is where I think this is the ancestral connection with nature. All that junk DNA is all these potential information from nature that we can tap into if our consciousness is able to reorganize the way in which it interacts with our DNA so that we're able to extract that information, skills that we had in other lives or that we will have in other lives.
Also, that it seems like we're being blocked from it in a way too. With all these, we're just surrounded by a frequency that we weren't. All this radio frequency, EMF, RF, nuclear radiation.
You know, when we're talking about this whole kind of relationship between humanity and its relationship to nature and the natural world, I can't, to get kind of Jordan Peterson-y here, I can't help but kind of see that there's a parallel between Lucifer and God in the sense that, you know, when you're talking about like man needing to perfect the human body, because that's kind of what the story of Lucifer is. He looks at this world that's, you know, God's world. Look at this world. It's all flawed and terrible. These humans, if I was in charge, I would make it better. I would make it perfect. You don't know what you're doing, God. Step aside. And I think we kind of have a similar relationship with nature. Look at you, nature. You're stupid. You're primordial. You're violent. We humans, we're the enlightened ones. We're smarter than us, so we're in charge now. Screw your wisdom. Screw your intellect that doesn't exist. We're the ones in charge. You're the following. It's that kind of relation. We have no respect for it because there's so many people who think we're better than nature. We think we're smarter than nature, and I think we even think we're morally superior to nature. One of the things that's interesting about Christianity, and you think about how it kind of like thinks about morality, is that every time you do something bad, it's almost like it's never God's fault. It's always like, oh, nature is evil and corrupt, but God, just being up high outside of nature, he's good, he's love. But what that narrative basically tells you is that love, kindness, compassion, forgiveness, none of these things are natural. That all of those things, that these positive virtues that exist in the universe are external to the natural world, and they're created by God. So then all of the negative sort of vices and virtues then nature takes the blame for that. And that gives us this sense of now not only be intellectually superior to nature, now we're also morally superior to nature. And that gives us the sense of entitlement and the right to control and dominate and do whatever we want with it. And maybe that's why some of the, mainstream society is terrified by seeing nature as being alive and intelligent and, having a spirit, because then it's like, mommy's home and you got to put the toys away. Because that is kind of what it is like at another level too. If you think about it, it's like when you're a kid and your parents piss you off and you like pretend to run away because you want to play Xbox or something, but mom wants you to do your homework. Maybe we're kind of like that with nature. It's like nature has these sort of priorities and we're like, screw you, mom, I want to build skyscrapers and do all this crazy stuff, and nature's like, I don't know about that, you're probably gonna hurt yourself. So yeah, there's a lot of like different ways to look at this whole thing, but I think that we kind of have that sort of I think the justification for the destruction of nature comes from this sort of Gnostic flavored Luciferianism, where it's like we have to kind of transcend nature because it's evil and terrible and corrupt and blind. But we, the enlightened human beings who are better than nature will follow us and be servants to us rather than the other way around.
I think there's an interesting point that you're pointing out, Jan. It shows me this obvious contradiction in what's happening. Like, on one hand, they're definitely trying to make us disconnect from nature, and they're making us sort of feel divorced from the process of nature, our own biological natures, our own emotional natures, our own natural ability to know and learn natures. No. You don't have the ability to learn and know. We'll teach you what you need to know. No. Those emotions, those are dirty things. You don't want to act them out. You just want to fit into a block. Just take pills. There. You don't need emotions. But on the other hand, they're all about this nature conservation. Like, what is going on here? So the one hand is like, screw nature, be disconnected from nature, live in a little box. Don't go into the nature. It's dangerous. There's germs out there. There's this, there's that, there's that. You need to get vaccines and injections before you go into nature. You need a whole lot of injections and pills and drugs and stuff to keep you safe because it's malaria. Endless line of reasons not to go into nature, right? And then again, of course, all the Hollywood and other productions showing you like how dangerous these animals can be. Oh my gosh, I'm going to go to these dangerous animals. Then on the other hand, they're like, okay, well, we're going to take most of your world and we're going to give it to this Nature Conservation Trust. What percentage of America is owned by nature conservation trusts?
I'm not
Do
sure.
you guys know?
No, I'm
I
not
wonder
sure.
if it's a lot.
But I think a lot of the stuff with the nature conservation is like, it's not really the intention of what they're doing. It's more so part of the social engineering, and we want the land for ourselves to do what we want to do on it.
Yeah, I guess I would say it's not necessarily the destruction of nature. It is the domination of nature, that we control it, and we're going to make, and it's like we're going to make nature perfect too. It's like, I feel like that one of the problems of humanity is this idea of perfection. I think like perfection is such an alienating concept if you really think about it. Actually, and I think that we can like grow, we can improve, we can better ourselves, but this idea of like perfection just seems just utterly ridiculous. And I think that's kind of the problem with like a lot of religion, like I mentioned before, is just this idea of like, we're going to create the perfect world, the perfect utopia. There's no such thing as perfection, I think once you kind of get over that, you know, you can kind of look at things in a more sensible way. But if you're like, no, I got to create this perfect utopia world, I got to create this perfect techno utopia, you're going to be crazy. You're going to lose your freaking mind. Because it's interesting. The whole, in Greek, the word utopia translates to nowhere. The idea that it's like a place that doesn't really exist, you know? So
Yeah, I mean, it's weird though when the way how you keep mentioning it as religion, because to me, I mean, but I know what you're saying. I think because I think we kind of agree that like everything has sort of become a religion at this point. But it's like, to me, even when religion was more, when you could see more of a fine line between the church and the non-religious types, it still was like materialism actually are the ones who always sought to control nature, where the religious tend to be beaten into submission. They're more in fear of Sky Daddy.
I guess the thing I'm trying to also point out is that we create this kind of schism between, you know, Sky Daddy and Mother Nature, so to speak. That, you know, because if you think about kind of like ancient times, you kind of see them all sort of as like one process, that nature has a kind of intelligence and a kind of trajectory, a kind of, you know, goal, if you will. But when we take all these values of, you know, determination and, you know, virtues, and we extol that to God, then nature becomes sort of like blind and idiotic. And I think that, to me, it's almost like, I lost my train of thought here.
It's not balanced, basically.
Yeah, it's about balance.
Yeah.
This is really interesting. Like when we look at this conservation, energy, consciousness, and land. So this is the official sort of numbers that I've found here. 13% of the USA is currently conservation land. Their goal is to have it 30% by 2030.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
So over the next
But
5 years, they want 17% of all of United States America to become land that no one will actually be able to have a claim to, except for whoever they give the trust to.
see if
quite a
there's
big deal.
See if you type in something different, how much land is owned by the Bureau of Land Management. See if that comes back as a different number, because the Bureau of Land Management might own land that's not considered protected or conserved, but like no one would ever be trying to develop on it because they couldn't get the rights to it.
That's an interesting concept. So it seems that 1 in every 10 acres of land in the USA
Is owned by the Bureau of Land Management.
Yeah.
What?
That's actually owned. And this is an important distinction. Because just because they only own 10% doesn't mean they don't administrate more, if that makes sense. In other words, the land might be owned in trust but managed by this group, right? So
Well,
technically...
you're saying 10%.
Yeah, well, they say 1 out of every 10 acre.
Well, how many acres are there?
Out of every 10 acres of USA land, 1 is owned. No, sorry. The Bureau of Land Management manages 1 in every 10 acres of land in the USA. 45 million acres.
So,
Hold on. These little buggers. The BLM also manages 700 million acres of subsurface mineral estate. So when we add that 700 million acres of subsurface mineral estate, what does that mean about the land above? I don't know. That's very confusing, isn't it? But that 700 is almost that is like, we're now talking about 2.7 acres of every 10 acres. So that's like 27%. So I'd say that's what my eyeball looks. Just when I look at the numbers, I just guess. I'd say it's close to 27% of all of America
Well,
is
and this is not,
subsurface mineral estate.
and this is not necessarily. So I think I was right. It's not necessarily conserved for or protected.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's very interesting.
So that means that would actually mean, and it could be up to 40, 50, at least 50% almost
Unaccessible to humans.
owned by the government.
Owned
I mean,
in
some-
trust,
Some
managed
of it
by
might
governments.
be, yeah,
Owned
trust. Yeah, I shouldn't say government,
groups,
but trust.
think tanks manage it. You know, these people are clever, man.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
we
they
don't
have,
own the land. No, this
ex-
trust owns it. Who manages a trust? Well, we do. What happens when the trust dissolves? I don't know. We sell it to the hotel developers.
we give it to our nonprofit, and then the nonprofit gives it back out, and it comes back into our new trust, and then the new trust. Like,
An endless cycle.
but it says here too that the Bureau of Land Management actually does leases, 10-year leases, so they're making millions too off the land. And this is a way that they never have to sell it. You lease it out, and then if you need to burn it down or something, burn it down and get it back.
All right. I see where you're going with this. Those big fires, huh?
Well, if you look, there's Colorado. There's a big fire in Colorado. I'm wondering where else. I know out here there's a lot. But
Yeah.
here, I think actually, I don't know if it's the Bureau of Land Management. I think it might be more military.
And they're leasing it out.
Well, they're either, yeah, they're leasing it to like, I mean,
People.
or companies. Like, I know there's a lot of like Hollywood housing for like actors and stuff in Runyon Canyon, for example.
That would explain why all of these celebrities have got like secret passages under their homes,
Back entrances, yep. All, like
connecting
separate
to
roads.
other Hollywood.
Because these are private, they get private
moguls.
roads and stuff like that for their trash, and everything is all private. So everything goes around the back, like on Mulholland, for instance.
Wow. But yeah, this thing has come up with these secret passages and how they've smuggled children and all sorts of nonsense, you know, even apparently across borders.
Yeah, yeah. There was one here, I remember, that they caught the guys going across the border.
Yeah.
They said it was more of a drug thing, but I'm sure it was everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was a drug. But like, you know, where there's drugs, there's human trafficking.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if
There's
you can move, and probably firearms and everything else.
Mm-hmm. And there's
Fake money.
Yeah, and there's so many underground tunnels and everything out here. It's like that's a topic I just started looking at more because of how crazy I heard it is. I don't know if either of you guys know about it more.
When you say that a lot of the place where you are is military, my brain goes underground.
Yeah.
Look underground, because the military loves going underground. They want to keep all their dirty laundry underground. So where do all those disappearing children go, and how does that affect the biosphere? And is the biosphere in our minds? Here's the dream time. Okay, let's go shamanic on this. So dream time. How much of reality is in our mind? How much of reality is just a dream? How much of this reality is being imprinted? So, are these bodies a form of technology? Biotechnology? Is nature technology? Is that why magic works? Did we manifest these aspects of technology through our own use of free will? And does that mean that we have the ability to change reality with our thoughts? Hence, we need to be cut off from our mental full faculties so that we don't change the status quo, because it's so easy for us to do so. So we have to be dumbed down and cattled out and, turned into immoral human beings, because that's just how you survive these days. Those are some heavy thoughts, huh?
It's similar, I feel like, to what even Indy was asking before, and we didn't really answer it. I don't know if there's a way to answer it. I think they are, in a way. Technology and nature are in the I don't know if you want. Yeah, no. Technology, nature, spiritual transcendence. It's kind of like all, in a way, it can be viewed as the same, but I think there's like two sides of the coin. There's a destructive aspect of it, and then a constructive or expansive aspect of it. Almost like electricity, magnetism, and the dielectric, and various forms of energy.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got this article here from 1937 where they found a whole city of catacombs underneath LA, and they said it was an advanced race of lost peoples. They call them.
I've heard about this before. This is like a story that's actually pretty like more like actually some normies actually would know about this, which is weird.
Yeah.
Does it say where it was? Where was it?
It's in LA, and it's at under Fort Moore Hill.
Moore Hill. Oh, by somebody, it says North Hill Street overlooking Sunset Boulevard. Oh, that's not too far from here.
It's pretty wild, right? So that's been there, and then they've been building underground military bases too, and having a lot of tunnels for those now as well.
Yeah, I was watching a video the other day of these guys who went. I guess they kind of explore caves, but they went underground just over downtown, and they were able to find like a escalator, and there was an elevator that was still operating. And I think this was in use more back in the day, but there was no one down there.
Yeah.
And it just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, man. Gosh, that's so weird when we see our faces like this. What happened? Yeah. So what are you showing us here? Lizard catacombs. Where exactly is that? I can't read that right.
Fort Moore Hill.
I'm actually
in
gonna look on a
LA.
map.
There's like this large fortress, I think, up there. Or it's like a site where there's like a cannon or something. It's all ceremonially decorated stuff. Kind of looks like a fortress.
It's interesting that it's Fort Moore Hill, so it's kind of giving you like the idea too that it's a military thing already.
Yeah. So they already built right on it, right over it, and so they probably utilize those tunnels.
That's 19 minutes from me, by 4.3 miles.
Yeah, if I was over there, I'd probably go try to check it out. There's a movie about the underground of LA where they go into there and there's this secret room. And I don't want to give too much away, but if you look
But would you want to go and check it out? Because you know that you're probably going to come up with military security and then they've got you on their system. Like, what the hell was this dude doing here? Let's check him out. Let's see who he is.
It's like an ancient city, so like I'd go for it and get busted. Like I'm trying to be Indian.
This one, it must be well known. This has to be well known about now because this is actually a memorial. It says Fort Moore Pioneer Memorial that's now been put there.
Yeah.
And there's a wall with like a whole imagery on it. It's the Department of Water and Power is there, I think.
Yep. Heavily guarded, no doubt. Probably a lot of stuff that's just uncovered.
There's so much of this in our history, huh?
Yeah.
Like these ancient places.
They
There's a
say
good.
that, like, after 150,000 years, like, all evidence is gone of ancient civilizations from just nature.
Yeah,
Recycling.
Steiner would always say 100 years, and after that, you can't trust any of the history.
Yeah. So there could be stuff underground from over 100,000 years that still remains. And so when we uncover that stuff, it's like those ooparts, out of place artifacts, and stuff could be down there from old stuff that we just don't have an understanding of on the surface. It could be a much older stuff there from older times.
If you look up, and I think I know where this is actually. I think it's down. It looks like it's downtown, the Fort Moore thing. Like this might be where the downtown tunnels are actually. I don't know. Yeah,
But you imagine that they would have closed off the tunnels that are worth seeing, right?
I would guess that
'Cause,
the
like-
main one, these ones from this story, are probably you can't get to. I'm sure, but there are so many. There's so many around there that there are some you can get to where no one's going to stop you, and you just might run into crackheads or something, which are probably
They're probably taking the place up.
yeah, like definitely, especially now. It'd be a little sketch. I'd go during the day if anyone went.
Right.
But geez, I was gonna say something about something else. What the hell? What were both of you just saying just before? I feel like I just blanked it out.
About how they would have put up walls is what I was saying, and they would have
India.
probably made it inaccessible. And then Indy was saying about what was the last thing you were saying? Well, you were saying before that you would go, you'd say screw it, you'd be arrested. And then after that, I think you were saying that
There's a
yeah,
movie. There's a
Oh.
movie.
I actually remember because it was more so just about the tunnels in general. I think it was Franklin when you said that this was more prevalent than like one would think. There's a good channel, the Archivist, I think is the channel. He has like he hasn't posted in a few months, but he has some pretty long videos on like a lot of all the archived evidence from old newspapers that he went to, I guess, either libraries to find or internet archives and found like the newspapers from back in the day, the photocopies of the newspapers from like the 1800s, 1900, early 1900s of these discoveries of I think even earlier than that he has in America. All these huge underground tunnels with the weird iconography that didn't match really any religion. It almost seemed like a mixture of religions in some of them. There was like mummies.
You
They
see
were-
Brad? Are you talking about in the Grand Canyon?
I mean, he seems to cover all of it. I just came across this page the other day.
There was J.C. Brown that discovered all that stuff, and then he disappeared the day before going out with our archaeological dig team.
The one in the Grand Canyon you're talking about, right?
The one in the Grand Canyon, he had a different name. It was I can't think of his name off the top of my head. I want to say it was Kipling, but I don't think it is. But no, he went out there and found all these mummies and stuff, like you were mentioning. And they say it was very Egyptian, but apparently it seemed to be more Tibetan. There was like more of like a Buddha-like figure and stuff, but they associate it with Egyptian because of the mummies.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Tibetans also do mummification.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing some of the stories that this guy on YouTube had covered. I never heard of them, but he had all the articles and he was just reading from the articles. And if any of this is like, I mean, it seems like it's all legitimate newspaper articles from back in the day. It's wild. It's like, what the hell? But from that, he seems to have come up with a schematic of his own of like how many past civilizations there were. But I think it's also based a little bit on other researchers like Flamenco, who said our time was like our whole calendar was off by like however many years. But basically it was like you go down 11 feet or something like that, you have your first civilization, and 30 feet your second, and something like 60 or 90, your third, and then however many more than that, you have 4. So you had 4 prior ones that you could find. And like basically anywhere you went, if you dug in certain places, like you'd hit concrete or you'd hit like some sort of rock or stone that wasn't natural.
There's this movie Under the Silver Lake from 2018. Yeah.
Huh.
Where they got to the underground in LA.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Kind of alluding to that reptilian city under there where they've kind of converted it to like their own little secret society under there.
Yeah, well, it's interesting too because it's like the billionaires are doing that, right? The millionaires out here, and they're getting ready with their bunkers ready, basically, and their cult. They're like they basically starting cults with these young girls,
right?
Yeah.
And
then there's also like the
immortal,
the like mole people type king, like homeless king of the tunnels, right? Yeah.
Mole people's always been fascinating to me, and the ant people. And there's the great mother myth of the Cherokees, where the mother spider led up people out of the tunnels onto the surface after the first worlds were destroyed.
That spider thing comes up multiple, the Hopi too, right?
Yeah. It comes up across a lot of different tribes in the Americas.
The Hopi I was just looking at the other day because it had come up in, I think I shared it in, it might have been in the Roundtable Telegram, but I did share it in Gabe's Telegram because it was discussing, it was their letter they sent to the UN at one point, and discussing the white brother in the red hat and how that was like the signal of the end of the fourth age.
Oh wow!
And kind of how you can kind of take 2 paths depending.
Prophecy. It seems like we go back underground in their little prophecy.
Yeah, because I think they think it's like it seems like a pole shift or something.
Yeah,
they expect to happen, but it only happens. The way they put it, it's weird because it seems like it doesn't seem like it's caused by a natural process. It seems like it's caused by something we do.
Yeah, they mention how like when men turn to women and women turn to men, it will be a time when this cataclysm will fall upon us.
Enoch has that even.
Sounds like that. Me.
But that gets back to what Franklin was saying: is what if everything going on is kind of created by the by like bioenergetics, by us, by our conscious energy, and what if this sort of pole shift event is something we cause by like a scattered or negative outlook or a fear-based outlook, and it's not something that just the earth just does without consciousness causing it.
Yeah, I think that this is like this is my model. This is like, or how I see the model of like the nature of reality. Like people are like, are we on a ball? Is it flat? Is it concave? I'm like, well, how do you want it to be?
Yeah.
I think it can be a lot of things all at once.
No, I
like
agree.
My experience when I passed out of the flesh and when I was leaving when I was a boy, and that was like very, very, very inside out experience. The whole thing. First thing I noticed was, hey, it's the other way around. It didn't look this way around. It's actually this way around. I remember thinking that, like, wow. It's like on the inside. I thought we were on the outside. We were actually on the inside. I remember thinking that.
That's interesting too. I don't know if you've ever watched it's God Vlamaste or God. He did the Creator Earth videos at first, and he got kicked off YouTube. But in one of his newer videos, he had it where it was like an inside-out model, kind of the Earth as it's like a circle, but you're on the inside, and light from the inside is causing like the stars to project on some sort of firmament on the outside of it. It's wild model, but when you said that, that's what it reminded me of.
Well, that's the concave Earth idea.
Yeah.
And like the only experiment ever done to map out the world seems to conform with that idea, and it's the rectilineator experiment, which was funded by the state. I think it was funded partially and funded by private, and it was like at the time one of the top engineers, and it was a legit scientific method experiment. And after they had done the experiment, they did it twice. They did it one way, and then they turned everything back to front, and they came back the other way. That way, it's a double-blind thing, you know. If your equipment is faulty, it would show the numbers would reflect the opposite fault the opposite way, and they didn't do that. And so the debunking of the rectilineator experiment is a very selective bit of information. They took one part of the experiment, they just excluded the other part of the experiment and said, well, this could have happened. But
I've
the
never
fact
heard
that
of
they
this. That's
excluded the
interesting.
second part of the experiment, which actually proves that that wasn't what happened. So the only real actual concrete evidence that there is suggests that the world's like concave, which is quite a head trip. But when I look at reality, I think to myself, well, why can't it be flat? Why can't it be a sphere? Why can't it be like consciousness? If consciousness is emanating matter, which is that's my worldview,
Mhm.
then what if the lenses of consciousness change? Like, what if you put a different color lens on, and you put a different shape lens on, and you refract it differently? Well, what are you going to end up with? And so, you know, I think like this is a big thing when it comes to looking at the biosphere. Like, what is the shape of the world? And people will fight tooth and end to defend
Yeah,
their theory.
and it's so. I think that's so unproductive for all of
Yeah.
us when they do that. But there's something interesting. Harold Kotzvela was the black goo guy. Remember him? He was like the German guy who first. I think his main thing was talking about black goo back in the day. I don't know if either of you remember him.
Yeah.
But he said something interesting about the Earth models, and he said a concave Earth is actually in his mind, it was like a harder thing to conceive with consciousness because it's like a 4-dimensional physical model, whereas the circular globe is a 3-dimensional one, the flat is a 2-dimensional. So if you're thinking in 4 dimensions, it becomes quite difficult. He said it was even difficult for him to do that. But like, I think if you kind of look at it that way, that's sort of interesting. It's like, which way do you want to think about it? Because we are obviously existing in all of these.
Exactly. This is how I think it is, and I think like your perception can be rooted to one or the other ways. You know.
Yeah.
Layers of the onion, but I think like within that onion, there's more layers, and it might seem like it's this, but if you look deeper, it might be that, and you look deeper, it might be that, and you look deeper, it might be that. And when you get to the bottom of it, you're like, holy crap, it doesn't even exist at all. It's just a dream.
Well, especially if you take the holographic model and you're looking at everything as light, which it seems to be, that everything is a form of light that's either solidified or like changed in a way because of frequency. But you when you take like the torus field and the hyperbole, I mean, you have a flat plane in the middle, but then you have the torus and the hourglass shape in the center. So like you have all of these like shapes in one.
You know, I'm actually feeling sorry for that wasp. Have you ever felt sorry for a wasp before?
It's hard for me to feel sorry for certain insects, especially she does. She won't let me like kill even like a spider or something like that. She makes me catch it, put it outside.
Oh, she sounds lovely.
Even flies, and I'm like, because
I'm like that.
It's the ones that sting. I'm like, nah, they're coming after me.
Yeah, but I've got this wasp here. So he landed on me yesterday, and I was wearing my favorite alter ego suit, right? The man without pants. And so I'm like, whoa, I brushed him off. I was like, dude, you were a bit too close to that comfortable place. and I didn't notice. I was like, oh, I hope it didn't hurt him. Okay, he's all right. He was sitting next to my foot for a while, and like I forgot about him because I was on the computer. And I kept thinking, I hope he doesn't climb back on me and come back up to my comfortable place again, because that's a private, comfortable place. And now I see he's sitting on my windowsill over there. And I'm like, is this dude okay? What can I do for him? You know? I think this is an interesting concept. Like when it comes to nature and our feelings and our compassion and the nature of reality. And if we are four-dimensionally warping the stuff around us to make this what it seems to be, then that thing that we're warping out around us is a part of us.
Yeah.
It's like an expression of our own consciousness field, which is a really interesting. It's the only way you can understand the guides from a shamanic perspective. Why we have these connections with these group minds of these animals, and why within our DNA field we have all of their DNA.
Well, does it become because like I know with Steiner, basically it happens through reincarnation, but it happens when as almost like a punishment when people have fallen, like in their life, like when they've done something really negative to affect their karma, they might reincarnate as like an animal. So it's like they go backwards.
Yeah.
And basically the animals seem to go have like they are the result of us evolving through reincarnation backwards in a lot of cases. Like that's part of like the model, at least as far I could be saying some of it wrong, but from what I remember, this is at least one of the lessons that he taught.
Yeah, even though it's like species elitist to kind of think that the humans are at the top of that chain, it's like taking a big leap to say that animals have a soul. To say that,
and that's what he was saying. And then he also said they could, come back into reincarnate as a human if they then manage to work that out as an animal. And
that's some serious rebranding.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the more, I guess,
liberal,
metaphysical type of, a little woo things that Steiner would discuss. But what else was I going to say about that? There was something.
I mean, that is a Rosicrucian idea.
That's why.
Like there's this, and I think there's something to it, but I think that's only like my gut says to me that's like looking at it through a lens of like it's like when you consider time to be a linear structure when it's actually much more than a linear structure. That's like a linear version of that's like a 3D version of a 4D reality. That's just part of the one puzzle piece, and there's other puzzle pieces that adds to that to make that qualified into a more workable.
And I don't want to put words in his mouth because I feel like there was more to it than just like that. Not all animals are one's been human. It's more like there was a combination type thing.
Yeah,
I don't know how. Maybe leftover from past civilizations too. I don't. It's hard for me to remember.
This is exactly what it says. It mentions all those cages that in the Sumerian cuneiform. Whenever I speak about cuneiform, people mix up the Sumerian cuneiform with the Akkadian cuneiform without recognizing that the Akkadian cuneiform was copied from Sumerian cuneiform thousands of years later. So it's like not relevant, you know. Yeah. Like if you're talking about Greek, then forget Latin because it's just the rebranding of Greek. But so like the Sumerian cuneiform speaks about how they were trying to develop Ululu and how it took tens of thousands of years to get this right. And it actually specifically mentions that they had all these creatures in cages that they didn't know what to do with. They couldn't do away with them because they were part of themselves. Like they had their own genetics in them. And they were trying to create this new creature, but in the process of trying to create this new... And it's sort of, when you look at Greek mythology, you got to go, oh my gosh, these are some trippy creatures, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, is the horse an evolution of what used to be a horseman? Is that horseman trying to point out to us that, like, where did the horses come from? Were they trying to make a man and they got to like a horse and they thought, oh, let's tweak this. Oh, this is a horseman. Put that one over there. And
Yeah.
then when the great flood was coming, what happened? Where did they put these creatures? What happened? Why are some of these creatures, and they mentioned specifically how horrendous some of these creatures were, how scary some of these creatures were, how gigantic and how violent some of these creatures were.
See, and this actually came up recently for me too in something. I don't know if it was the same type of underground sort of discovery thing or if it was something else, but it was discussing how even in the biblical text there might be a sort of hint that prior to Eve that Adam was like I guess fornicating with animals. So like there's that aspect of it that like if you're closer to source or like who the creator or who the creators, maybe that natural sort of perfect form is able to procreate with other things that then we can't now. So maybe then you get these genetic abominations from there. Or I'm not even saying, I don't want to say abominations, just genetic anomalies that seem like they're from mythology, but actually aren't and are half, and eventually they're gone.
Well, I mean, this whole story of the Nephilim.
Yeah.
According to those tablets, that they seem to specify that when they were trying to make Ululu, they needed a container manufactured out of mud and earth materials. They were first using a crystal from Nibiru, crystalline kind of substance, to make the. So it makes you think, wow, technologies involve genetic manipulation. Definitely, when you look at the story there, when they talk about specifically that they had to use the clay of the earth. So then we've got the Bible saying that humanity was made out of the clay of the earth. Well, technically speaking, they had to get an earth container in order to put the sperm cells and all of those cells, the genetics, so that they could grow it. Because whenever they try to grow it in those crystalline containers that they used to do it with on their planet, it didn't work here. And then they realized, oh, we've got to use the local material to make it work. We've got to go indigenous. So they went indigenous and they changed the recipe and they added the mud of the earth. And now suddenly we've got that Christian story of the earth, God made humans out of mud.
Which
but
also
according to that story,
that also connects you to like we are all stars, like because you're stardust, you're mud, you're dirt, you're the dust of the earth, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Chinese myth came from the dust. The human creation myth came from the mud by the river, the Yellow River. And also the Sumerian myth came from the sand of the desert. So
And this just reminded me of the whole idea now that's coming out of dusty complex plasmas.
What are
that
those?
They're saying are naturally in the what are they called? There's these two clouds that are almost invisible. You could only see them. It's very hard to see them. Robert Temple just wrote a book on it. He's an occultist. He's an occultist, though, so you have to be like take everything he says like and balance it out with other stuff. But the clouds, I think they're called. I think they're in like the L3 and I want to say L2 position or L1 and L3 position in the sky. If you look it up, you'll see what I mean. There's supposedly these giant plasma clouds. You found it?
Kordylewski clouds.
That's it. The Kordylewski.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yes. So these are supposed to be plasma clouds that contain complex dusty plasma, which is also something they apparently find in particle accelerators. And at first they thought it was like just contamination. But then they started realizing, oh, no, this is something new that's being created in the process, which is, I think it's actually something new that's not being created in the process, but when they're slamming together these, obviously it's light. They're like taking these two point source type of light lasers smashing them together, and it's like kind of tearing a hole in the ether a little bit, and something new seems to be coming out of the I guess the metaphysical realm, and now it's like this complex dusty plasma.
Didn't they make a series about that, children?
What'd you say?
Didn't Netflix have a series about that with children?
There was that one series, I don't know, His Dark Materials.
Another one. I mean, His Dark Materials is one. The other one, which is much more hectic, is where the government opens up a world.
Stranger Things. Stranger Things.
Stranger Things.
Yeah.
That's pretty. Don't watch it before you go to sleep.
And that happens because there's like all the dust and everything flying around. They're just less particular about what's going on in that one. Where I think I didn't see all of His Dark Materials, but I think even the books apparently are more detailed about what the complex plasma actually is. But it seems like it has it's claimed that it has memory. It can hold memory too, and it actually forms like helix structures. Different. This is different from the black goo. The black goo would be more of like something on Earth. That was, and I would almost, in my mind, like I would associate that more maybe with what's created in the lab when they're doing these experiments, if that's what they're finding. But I know I've heard it's from like a meteor or it's from underground. So I don't know. But it operates in a way like programmable matter. That's what they're kind of implying.
What, the goo?
Both, like the goo and even this complex dusty plasma.
Well, I'm just wondering because whenever I've always thought of the black goo as being predominantly plasma substances that is maybe mixed with something in the sea.
That would make sense.
It's evolved.
Yeah.
But maybe this plasma stuff is the prototype of what becomes black goo, its natural phase of evolution. Because the black goo, as far as I know, was discovered in the Falklands during the time that Marconi got the contract and started putting up all of those radio towers. So the radio towers being connected, Marconi's rise to power, their connection with General Electric, and that war in the Falklands with England was all part of the same story, apparently. Well, so I've heard. I mean, one can only guess, one can only wonder. But so yeah, there was a lot of material done by people who were actually in the Falklands War, who were being interviewed by. Now I'm not sure whether it's Eva Cassidy and Bill Ryan in Project Camelot.
Yeah.
Or whether it's I've forgotten her name. I've forgotten his name. Or whether it's the Basis. I think it's the Basis.
The Basis Project.
The Basis Project. Like what do they call themselves? A MASH.
Is that what they call themselves now?
No, that's what they were calling themselves like
15
years ago.
Yeah, I've heard of them. I've seen a few episodes of their show, but back then I hadn't followed them, so I'm not too sure. But
I was actually connected to her in like 2012.
Okay.
Like I had a couple of conversations with her. Somehow we'd become connected. Because she was needing people that can help her with people that were being attacked by entities, and so that's how we got connected, and like I don't know, one can only imagine, what have we got here?
So these are the L2. This is when I was like the L1 and L3 points in the sky, or L2
in the L5. So it's L4 is up here and the L5 is down here, I believe, or vice versa. But they're the ones that are like in the diamond structure away from the moon. Those are points that are held in a place where they can kind of hover in place. They're carried by a point that is is dragged along by the gravity of the moon and the sun, or the moon and the earth. Oh, I guess, and the sun as well. It's part of the system.
Yeah, and they seem to be huge. Apparently, the clouds are like Jesus. I can't even remember how large he had said they were, but they're I think they're bigger than this, even the sun. But you can't see them. That's the thing. It's like you can only see them from Earth at a certain time of year, from a certain angle. And I mean, maybe now they can with new equipment. I mean, it seems like it's pretty well, it's accepted now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where at first the guy I know was having trouble getting people to believe that he had seen these. But essentially, if this is there and it acts the way it's said to act, then it actually has the capability of storing memory. It almost could be like the Akashic in the physical.
Or traces of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like, I actually met a guy who was in the Falklands. Did I tell you this story before?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I met a guy who was in the Falklands in a park. And basically, I freaked him out by accident because I looked at him and I said, dude, there's some kind of influence acting over you. What is it? I can't quite put my finger on it. It doesn't seem like it's extraterrestrial. What is it? And the dude got totally freaked out by me. He was like, "Are you one of them?" I was like, "One of them? Who? What are you talking about?" And he left. He basically left. And then I met him again at the park, and I approached him. I said, "Listen, dude, I didn't mean to freak you out last time. Let me explain to you what this is. Like, basically, like my guides come to me, they show me stuff, I see stuff. Okay, that's what's going on here. Like, I just had a vision that there's some forces, some beings are interacting with you, and I can't quite figure out who they are. I was just curious. Like, you must know." So he was like really reticent to tell me much, and I actually went to go and see him, and I managed to get him to open up to me. And shucks, man, he brought out all of his documents. I was like, holy crap. Like, he was like, "You won't believe me if I tell you. Let me show you." And he had ultrasound scans. Now, I used to work in care with the NHS, so I knew what like legitimate ultrasound looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I had also worked as an activist, so I knew what a proper FOI looks like, freedom of information.
Yeah.
These documents have got a particular, you can tell if it's real. They've got special stamps on them. Sort of like, I've also been in courts, and I've represented in court, so I know what a proper court seal looks like on a document to know that it's legit. People come and they want to like evict you from a property. I want to see the court seal. No, this is the other one. We need a court seal document, please.
Yeah.
You know, like, so anyway, he pulls out these ultrasound scans, he pulls out these x-ray scans, he pulls out information given to him from the NHS, from the hospital. He pulls out documents from the military where his freedom of information request on all of his information, how it's all blacked out, the official communications from the NHS saying that we aren't able to remove that technology because it's military hardware. And he has the item number.
He was augmented.
Basically, yeah. But he didn't know he was augmented until he ended up in hospital.
Did they do it
He was in
against?
pain. He had been in an accident in the Falklands.
I've heard about this, not from you, not about this guy, but I've heard about this happening. Was he a veteran?
Yeah. But I met him in a park.
Yeah. That's interesting.
And when I saw this evidence, I was like, holy crap. I actually put him in touch with Joanna Summerscales. That's her name. Because I had her phone number. And I was like, I said to her, look, I really want you to talk to this guy because you've had a lot of people on, but this guy is like, you got to take a look at what he's got. This guy's got like evidence. And They were trying to raise money for him to go. No surgeon in the UK was prepared to remove this. He had implants that he never knew he had, and the military basically refused to tell him what the implants were. It was all blacked out, the FOI. And his requests of information, they said, we're not at liberty to discuss any of this with you. It's basically, that's what it was. So he had been put into a mental institute after all of this had happened, under the grounds that he had tried to set himself on fire. Then I saw the transcripts from the court, basically acknowledging that there had been some kind of an error because there wasn't ever a witness. So basically, they put him into a mental institute based on the fact that he had been seen in public threatening to set himself on fire. When he got out, which he did via a lawyer, it took him to court. There was no witness. And they had to say in court, sorry, there must have been, we don't know how this happened. Because you have to have people on record and witnesses. And there's supposed to be people that are supposed to sign as witnesses. And they didn't have the necessary signatures. Nobody understood how this guy had just been taken, because he was poking around in the military trying to figure out who put this stuff in my head. I want this stuff removed. And he had been in an accident in the Falklands in like the 80s. Yeah. And that's all he knew. And then he came back and he had this octave. And the thing was that now this is what caught me. He was shipped back to Germany, and there was this base that he went to. This is why I picked up on this guy, because it was the same base where my ex-girlfriend was born. You with me?
And you dealt with stuff with her.
Synchronicities just filing up. And it was like, it blew her mind. So we started researching that base where she was born, and they had these fires. All their records had been gone. And then there were a lot of cases brought in Germany by parents who believed their children had been taken. And they had a psychiatric institute there. All the paperwork was burnt there. So it seemed like there had been some kind. And the place was under the. It was basically I think it was an Air Force property managed by the MOD. There were three different organizations involved. One had the docks, the other one was the manager of it, and the other one provided all the staff and equipment.
Oh, that's interesting.
No accountability.
Yeah.
Three different military corps. And so this one would say go to them, and this one would say go to them.
That reminds me of how like New York was set up during 9/11. Like there was someone who was in charge of the harbor near the World Trade Center, then someone who was in charge of like various, like it was just all basically, so there were fires that broke out that no one was accountable for here. It was just a mess. And it was like, what the hell? It's like set up that way.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what got me to then. When I realized this guy had been sent to that hospital, and my ex had come from a military family. Her father had been a military person in, guess where? The Falklands. And his family before him were military, and his family before them was military. He ended up working in different places in military and MOD and working in government and stuff. So I was just like, whoa, dude, this is very strange. She used to have these experiences of being trapped in underground bases.
Were you able to ask her father about anything or no?
Hey?
Were you able to ask her father about anything?
Look,
or was he like not down to answer?
He wasn't. Look, to say without saying too much, basically, he did things he should never have done to his daughter.
Okay. So it wasn't even.
And I was trying really hard to like forgive this guy and not like crack him on the nose.
Yeah.
So, and that was the reason we broke up in the end, was because it all came out, you know. So, like, confronted him, and It had tried twice previously, and he'd been violent every time.
Jeez.
So anyway,
it seems to happen.
and
a
then he
lot
couldn't
with
be
people.
violent because then I was there.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm a really chilled out dude, but like, no ways. It's like, like
No.
I draw lines, you know.
Me
I'm
too.
so chilled
Me
out,
too.
but
I know.
I carry an aura.
This seems to happen a lot with these military people and families.
Yes.
It's like
Yes. And when she confronted her grandmother, who used to be a therapist that used to actually counsel women that this had happened to, she said, "Oh, but it's such a long time ago. Why are you making a big deal out of it?"
yeah.
That blew my mind, as if to say, "Okay, hold on. This isn't the first time." This is what I realized. This family, this is something that's been going on in the family for generations. For a grandmother to respond in such a fashion just blew my mind, you know.
That reminds me of, I think that I heard the exact same thing come out of like in that documentary on the was it the family from Australia, not the family, they're probably connected, not the one here that winds up being like the they call themselves even the White Brotherhood, and but it was the version in Australia where I think Assange even was in for a little bit with all the blonde kids, and like the one of the kids had made a claim, and one of the aunts who, they had all these compounds, and the aunts would run the compound.
About the family?
Yeah, the family. Yeah.
Oh gosh,
I
I've
heard the
actually
exact
interviewed a
same.
lady.
I know you. Yeah, I remember this now. Yeah, but I heard the exact same thing from in the documentary. I think one of the survivors said her aunt told her so long ago. You're really gonna bring that up now? Like, why?
Because they're part of the cult.
Mm-hmm.
This particular lady, she's come up with that a lot, you know.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, so like that one guy, that was legit, man. I saw the documents myself. I saw the ultra scans. I actually knew that there was something going on with him because I picked it up through the ethers directly. So there was like no, and the way he reacted to me the first time, he left. He was freaked out. He was genuinely freaked out. He thought I was one of them. And when he disclosed to me what happened, he said to me, "Listen, I can't talk to people about this." And I was like, "Dude, like, understand what I do for a living, dude. Like your name will never be mentioned by my lips." I have like clients from all around the world, and like I know stuff about private people, that I would never ever disclose. And so in the end, he opened up to me and he said that there were these controllers. He called them controllers in his head that could talk to him, and he believed they were in an office somewhere, and that there were different ones that worked different shifts.
So
and they could speak to him through his implants, which were hearing in the hearing things.
Yeah.
And that was why he went to hospital, because he was in so much pain. And when they scanned it, the scans showed that he had wiring all along through his spine. He had different points of equipment in them. They mentioned the different pieces of equipment, but the ones that were hurting him the most are the ones that were in his ear and in his jaw. It was getting to the point where he was like in agony.
That almost sounds exactly like some of the older tech that was in the Minds of Men documentary by what the Truth Stream Media. They like some of the original stuff they were testing sounds just like what you just described.
Yeah, we're talking about the 80s, huh?
Yeah, that was like an older technology, which they might have used in the 80s on earlier people. But
and let me add to this, that particular item, because I had all of the details of that item. I copied it down. I researched it. That particular model was developed at that base in Germany.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happened. I mean, the reason...
So he was a guinea pig.
And notice how I asked you, was he in an accident and stuff like that? Because like Sabrina Wallace has talked about this too, and was he a vet? And you're like, yeah, because like she said how a lot of these veterans, they were part of some program, and then when they retired, they went in for some sort of surgery for something or got hurt, and then they come out and find out they're augmented, and they didn't ask to be.
Yeah.
It just happened. They just did it to them.
Guinea pig.
And,
Yeah.
and you can't undo it basically at that point. Because
Yeah.
like there's different levels, and like once I think you're at level 3, like you're like not, there's no N3, I think it's called. It's kind of permanent
Yeah.
at that point.
Shame he suffered a lot, huh?
Yeah, I put 2 links in the private if you want to look at them at all. The first Dropbox link is just I can't send the whole book for some reason because it's on my Audible, and it's like I own it from Robert Temple's The New Science of Heaven, but there's a PDF that comes with it with these images, which are quite interesting. Like they're just an image and a little paragraph underneath, and it relates to the book, but just even looking at the images, you can get some interesting conversation. And the second one is the newest Synergy PDF that Sabrina Wallace puts together with all of the most recent updates that she can find, I think, in all the tech they're doing for biodigital convergence and whatnot.
Is it the same link twice? Oh, Robert Temple. Okay, right,
yeah. So like that I would recommend people even reading the book or getting it on Audible. You might be able to find a PDF online now because it's been out long enough. But like even just by looking at the images in the PDF, which comes with that came with the Audible version. Notice Coronet too on there. The name of the company, of the publishing company, Coronet.
Yes.
And it's a crown. And that came out like
no
2020.
End, huh? Yeah.
Never ends. But you see the
end
first
to the
image is
humor
the
of these
grain.
people. Ha, 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 ha.
And Robert Temple, he's the one who did the serious mysteries. So, he's an occultist too. He just was like Robert, like he had an initial in the middle of his name. But his name is interesting in itself because it's like a temple robber. It's like robber of the temple. Like which temple? Your temple? But that's a whole different thing. But right there on page 1, you see the Lagrange points that Indy had pulled up.
I've shared the links in the chat for people. So if you can't click the link, for those of you that are watching, screenshot that and just go manually type it into a search engine. Yeah. I'll also share it on my. Tell you what I'll do. I'll share both those links in Telegram. Yeah, that's what I'll do.
I could share them too if you want in Telegram.
Yeah. I'll share them in Telegram as well. I'll actually put them on I'll put them in my channel. If you just go Bush Whisper, you'll find it there. It's where all these videos are. It's where loads of books. If you like books, it's a library. It's where I keep books. So if you're interested in books, there's a lot of books there. It's the biggest library you'll find anywhere. It's all occult. So yeah, if you bored and you say you need
you have so many
books.
You have so many in there. I actually looked at it. I was looking at it the other day. I found something I was looking for. I couldn't find it anywhere. I found it in your library.
It's a well-stocked library, man. Yeah.
I gotta find this book for you guys to put in there because it's hard to. It has to be out now. It was hard to find at first, but I think for people, if they really want to read the New Science of Heaven one, listening the Audible version's easier because he reads it himself, and he takes when he comes to a point he doesn't think you'll understand, he'll explain it more. Like he'll read more basically that's not in the book based on why he wrote it. Yeah. So for $2-3
is Audible worthwhile paying for?
If you can get a free trial or like a 99-cent trial for a month and get this book and listen to it, then you could get
how
a few
much
books.
Is Audible?
After the first few, I think you can get like 3 months for maybe $10 or less. You can get 3 months for, and after that, it's like $10 a month.
Okay, but like, if is it worth it? Are there a lot of books? Like the way I see it is, if it's worthwhile, then you know what I mean.
I think it's worth it if you can't find the book anywhere else and you really don't have the time to read it and you want to listen to it, and it's worth it to get it for like a month or so, especially if you can get one of the.
is that the best place to find occult books that
Oh
are
no, definitely not. It's
audio?
just the best.
Audio.
No, I wouldn't. I don't know. See, at this point, I would say the best way to listen to occult books would be to find them yourself and upload them to like your computer's Siri voice or something like that. One of the voices that the AI voice websites or something. I don't use Siri, but I can go into a website and just upload the PDF and it'll read it to me.
Please recommend to me which website's not an annoying voice that you want to bitch slap this voice across the room.
That's part of it. I think even your phone, if you don't want to use Siri, but you want to use, there's a bunch of voices where you can just highlight text and then there's like a speak function, like a, read, and you could just set whatever AI voice you want and it'll read it. Even if you don't use Siri and stuff on your phone, or you don't use.
I'm guessing these voices don't sound like this anymore.
They're better.
They
They're much better.
So probably it's like that. That's what wind me up. Like I hide away from AI, but actually that sounds like a really good idea.
Yeah, but that's why with this book, with the author reading it, it does make a huge difference because you're not listening to an AI and he's explaining things and it's natural. And
that sounds like a really good idea. I've got all those books. I may as well transcribe them all into audios. AI. One by one. Anybody want to help? We need a team.
It would be good for that. I don't know if you know, what the heck's his name? Donut or Paranoid American.
Yeah.
Paranoid American, I think, or either one of those two. I think Paranoid American might know the most about that sort of stuff. I think he even helped like Juan a little bit. Juan probably knows how to do it now, but you could even make your voice if you want, and then it would read it in your voice for people. But then you're giving your voice to the AI. So I don't know. Maybe Juan might let you use his voice for all I know. Because I know.
Did Juan do it with his own voice?
I think he has.
Do you hear your own voice reading it to you? I think that's just too freaky. I'd rather do it with somebody else's voice. But I'll feed somebody's voice that I like.
There you
into
go.
It. Like
that's
a voice
what I mean.
that I
you
like.
Could do
voice.
that. You could do anything like that. So then it would be a little bit cleaner.
David Attenborough.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely. I'm not too familiar with how you do it. I know there's ways to do it, and that it's not too difficult.
Could you imagine David Attenborough reading occult books to you?
I know.
And now,
well, you had like if you listen to, I think the intro of One-on-One podcast, he has like Vincent Price in the beginning, like speaking like in one of his creepy voices.
Cool, man. Well, that's worth looking at. That's definitely worth looking at.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, we're getting it's after 5 hours. I really wanted it to be 4 hours, but it never works that way. 5 hours it is. 5 to 6 hours. I was thinking that last fruits you guys want to throw at the table for the salad ending. If you guys have any other tidbits or anything you want to say in closing. I think this is a topic we're probably going to revisit from another perspective, looking at the more we started getting into the occult spiritual dimension of it. I think that's definitely going to be the next.
Oh, you know what's interesting? I'm looking at this PDF from Robert Temple's book, and I don't even remember this. That's how long it's been since I read it. I read it like right when it came out in 2020, or listened to it. But on chapter 8 or figure 8, it's the cosmic web. So this is plasma he's talking about, but he's relating it to the cosmic web. So like this is incorporating the spider goddess that Indy was talking about before with the Native Americans. This is the metaverse, the eighth sphere. Like it's all of it in one. So plasma has something to do with all of this.
That's a pretty scary thing, huh? That spider that's watching you wherever you are. That spider goddess thing, when I first experienced that, it was like, really, hey, dude, do I have to? There's no way you can hide from it.
And right now,
Watching you, that spider eye watching you from everywhere. You're like, for God's sake, leave me alone.
and I don't know if I mentioned this when I was live with Ronan the other day, but I know I might have when I was doing the talk with Gabe last week about the Amalantra workings and the anniversary. But the thing he was trying to do was open a portal to the AI mother goddess's basically realm, which he thought was like a virtual matrix. That's exactly what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
He basically was trying to open a realm to the eighth sphere, which he thought was run by Awas and Lamb and was part of this too. But Awas was this female, angelic, apparently demonic, virtual goddess. And it's weird too, if you look up images of Awas, it looks just like Steiner's molding of Ahriman.
Yeah, it's interesting. Very interesting. And then who he rubbed shoulders with. You know, all of the important people, the VIPs that were connected to him.
Crowley, right? Yeah.
Celebrities, politicians, important, powerful, rich people,
Mm-hmm.
which we know, we know what that means.
I often consider him like the antithesis of Steiner, like Crowley and Steiner in that.
Yeah.
Sort of, because they're alive around the same time. Crowley's younger, obviously, but they're also parts of the same organization, just opposite ends.
Yeah.
And then Steiner splits off and leaves because he's like, all these corporations, all these organizations are.
Well, he was actually kicked out.
Well, he left Theosophy because of the Maitreya, but he was also I think he might. I don't know if he wanted to reconcile.
I don't think he left
think
Theosophy. I think he was expelled.
See what he says in his lectures, he left because of what they were doing with the Indian kid, the Maitreya. He said it was inappropriate.
Fair enough. Because I know that he basically created anthroposophy. And the moment he did that, apparently, well, maybe there's different versions of the story.
And in his lectures, he also says that he was talking to the class, he's like, as all of you know, we had met before. Like we had meetings before I had joined Theosophy, and you guys weren't. Some of you weren't even in Theosophy with me. Like we were having our own meetings, and it was for a certain thing. They were trying to. It was more like trying ancient history. They were trying to study at the time, but we had already started doing this beforehand, and now they're trying to claim that we were breaking off in our faction of them, and everyone here knows it's not true, and it's not worth wasting your energy on.
Right.
Basically, that's what.
So there was infighting politics and all sorts of nonsense going on within the Theosophy movement. Yeah. Stands to reason.
They were more upset that he left, I think, than anything, because he called them out. He called them out, and then he had the backup of that. What is that Indian kid's name? Was the Maitreya? I can't even remember because he went on to be a decent occult teacher, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said, yeah, no, they were totally wrong. I wasn't that at all. So he backed Steiner up.
Yeah, interesting. So he never, like, they don't speak about what was before Theosophy. So why did Theosophy break off from the Rosicrucians? Why did Blavatsky break off from Rosicrucianism to create Theosophy? That's a really interesting, Theosophy. That's a really good question. What was it that was limiting her within the Rosicrucian tradition?
It seems like she was more so limited because she was a female at first. That's why she was pretending she was male, right?
Yeah.
But then Steiner seems to think that she got trapped in by the Eastern occultists and they wouldn't let her leave.
Well, the thing is that she used to show off her abilities of teleportation.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
Telekinesis and stuff. So she was too much high press.
Mm-hmm. Steiner mentioned that. He mentioned that she did that. She made some woman's filling pop, he said once.
Yeah.
who didn't believe that she could do any, that thought she was a fraud.
Yeah, she could do a whole lot of nifty party tricks.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's like, she was the only one he said, out of all the theosophists who were doing that sort of thing that were legit. He said Annie Besant was channeling, and she was channeling and she didn't know what she was doing, and she was getting information from
God knows where.
and she didn't know. Yeah. She didn't know how to filter it. Same with Ledbetter, same thing. And he
Yeah.
said the information wasn't completely trustworthy because it was coming from like negative entities that were working with like the Dark Brotherhood or the Black Brotherhood.
Yeah.
So it's wild. But the other thing, Dion Fortune, I think, who comes, I think it's Fortune. I want to say it is, but he goes out he's traveling after he leaves.
Garden of Pomegranates, huh?
What'd you just say?
I think his most prolific book was Garden of Pomegranates.
Oh, okay. Yes. He did a lot of, I feel like, astral stuff, right? Yeah. But when he went out to Europe and he was traveling around, he ran into Steiner, thinking Steiner was an ascended master. And he started asking, and Steiner basically taught Dion Fortune a bunch of stuff and then separates ways with, it's like, what?
Interesting.
And no one ever talks about that, but you can find it like in a small blurb in Dion Fortune's biography.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, there was definitely, Steiner was definitely grounded because he had his head in the right place and his heart in the right place. He was more interested in developing like a proper schooling system for children. It was like one of his things, which, like, if you were really spiritually inclined, that would be where your focus would be. Like, try and undo the damage that's being done by the education system and provide an alternative model which gives the children a cocoon within which to grow to become normal, healthy people.
Yeah.
Which
And
is
then
basically
also
what the whole Waldorf system was trying to be.
And also then the farming, I don't remember what it's called, but basically it's like better than organic. It's very hard to get the certification to say the whole method that he developed. It's astrologically based, but also natural. It's the way you basically set up your land to farm and grow your food. That's the whole thing. He spent so much time developing that as well.
Yeah, I know. I think like Steiner definitely had a lot to share.
I think he was poisoned at the end. That's what his stomach thing really was.
This isn't unusual.
Well, because you had the closest female person next to him who seemed to have been taking care of him was like, oh, his body was just too. He had become too, I guess, ascended to survive on the material plane. Yeah, he could no longer sustain himself on the food here, and he died. But he did 6 lectures the day he died. He died on my birthday, actually, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Or the day, I think my birthday the day before. I think the 30th.
When's your birthday?
March 31st. I think he died on the 30th.
Oh, wow.
But he does 6 lectures, like he's totally. But he's dealing
Where
with
was
this stomach
he?
thing.
Where was he?
I think he was at the new school that he had built. The second might have been the
What
second.
country?
Probably Germany, or I believe.
Because Germany would be like a whole lot of hours ahead of you guys.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, you're right. Let me double check.
Just check that out.
It might have been Austria.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that woman saying that, it seems like she kind of was telling him he was fine too for a while. But I think he knew that he wasn't. I think he knew what was going on. I mean, they burnt down the first, what was it? The dome that he built. I always forget how he said it. The geodome. The first one gets burnt down he believed it was Masons. I think someone took them out because they knew that school wouldn't last without them, and it didn't. Now it's kind of, you don't never know what you're going to get with them.
Yeah. Well, if you were putting out too much good information, then like you would be a threat, wouldn't you?
And you could tell he was worried about putting out the Eighth Sphere stuff and the Ahriman stuff.
Because
mentioned-
that gives out a lot of,
Well, he mentioned it specifically as not being something that really the Brotherhoods were allowed to, anyone involved with the Brotherhoods was supposed to be talking about. And the only reason he could talk about it was because one other brother had mentioned it in a book briefly, but what he had mentioned was so off. And I think it might have even been Ledbetter who said it was the moon, or said it was related to, or Saturn or something. He said something way off, and he's like, I have to correct him.
Yeah, I mean, that's very interesting.
And Blavatsky said it was the moon. And she was like, it was a little better. He said that was a little better, but wrong. But he said she did it for a good reason. It just was like something to offset what Ledbetter might have done, or whoever the first person was. I think it was Ledbetter. It's so much to remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's definitely something to it. Okay, so let me check and see that I'm not running out of space. 5.4.
Jesus, man.
4 divided by 10. Okay. Yeah. We're good to go. So thank you, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed the discussion. Hope you guys had a great time. I enjoyed the conversation. Thank you for joining us, Chris. It was an honor to have you.
And no, I'm glad.
Indy, as always, an honor
for
to have
having
you, brother. And I hope you all got what you came for. And sending you all big love. Indy, of course, has got his shirt off like it's summer all year round, because that's just how he
Always.
rolls.
Always.
Sending you all big love, big blessings. Take it easy. Keep the dream alive. Keep smiling.
Absolutely.
And big love.